Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And with that said, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to y'all. It is 1:07 a.m. in the morning time, Eastern Daylight Time here on the East Coast in Southwest Florida, Southwest Georgia. Hey, Scotty boy. Now, for those of you who may not have watched my last video where I said I was having issues with YouTube, I'm using my cell phone and got it set up. Uh, and so the I was trying to figure out the issue for you. Do you use Windows by chance? Yes. And I went into Windows, and it could be a um, a Microsoft issue. But I tried. I uninstalled because I use Chrome all the time. The issue should have been with Chrome, and since I deleted Chrome and reinstalled Chrome, and by the fact that I have never used Bing for anything, but that I set it up to use the YouTube. I had to sign in with Google and everything because I was using a different browser. It says no also as far as using another camera. So okay, it said possibly the camera app in Windows may need to be updated. Okay, it shouldn't have, but okay. The camera app in Windows. Well, whatever it went out like right away. It went out as soon as I got done using um, StreamYard last night with Robert V. And normally I just switch over and type in what I need for YouTube and off I go. It's been this way for the last year. I use the same format, do the same thing, and the fact that it says that it's using another camera. I don't smoke. Being what? I cannot see that without my glasses. I don't smoke Bing, only Chrome. Scotty boy, you crazy. I wonder if you didn't turn off the camera in the StreamYard app. Listen, I don't even have anything in StreamYard that's on my computer. And I went and what little bit there was as far as there being um, um, some cash and cookies and stuff like that. I would, I deleted and purged it all. There shouldn't be anything left that says that I'm using two cameras. Yeah, I tried my best last night to get on. And by the time I got done after an hour and a half of trying to figure it out, I was too tired to try anything. Like, I'm using my cell phone now. And it looks like it's got a pretty good picture. But so now I know how to cheat the system anyway, until I figure out what the hell's going on. But it just 1 minute it was working and the next minute it wasn't working. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, which kind of in a halfway, yeah, we got a 20 coming up and I got to reload. I've been focused on this for the last 4 hours and trying to get it to work and uninstalling programs and reinstalling programs and doing everything possible to try to get this dadgum thing up and running. It's like, what the hell? You know, back in the day, I remember Windows 3.1 and 2 and it was like every other day you had to reinstall a program or you had to get an update or you had to do something, and we were always back in the early days of this stuff before the internet really got popular. um we were calling each other up in the middle of the night going, are you having trouble with your program? Or and we had dial up back then, um with some of this stuff. So now that everything is so immediate, and now that, I can do this with a cell phone. Of course, the cell phone is using my Wi-Fi, but that's okay. Um, and I was giving kudos to this phone, by the way. This is an aside about how well it was doing here in the house about me making phone calls. And then I found out it was using Wi Fi to make these phone calls. So I've been, ooh, look how good my, 4G and 5G is down here. And my phone actually hasn't been using it. So, whoops, going to have to turn off the Wi Fi phone calling and see if it'll work. But anyway, so, what's the reason for this topic for discussion, for any topic of discussion? The genius of thought. Now, where in the hell did I get that idea? Well, I was watching a program the other day and it was talking about Einstein's brain. And they were talking about how, Einstein was the smartest and he was this and that. And that that they had taken sections of his brain, and they're still out there. There's still sections of his brain out there for neurologists or neuro folks to, I guess they can rent them or, whatever, to observe them and test and so forth, which I find that to be a little interesting. Slices and slides of Einstein's brain out there sitting in a museum somewhere, that if somebody wanted to take a peek at them, they could. That's interesting in and of itself. But they found that in Einstein's brain, there were certain sections, and I can't recall them, that showed that he had the brain of like a 20-year-old, not of a 70-year-old or whatever, however old he was when he passed away. So they were talking about how, Einstein's thought pattern was different. And he looked at he thought about things in different ways than maybe normal folks do. And it's like, and so during this interaction of me watching the program and listening to the thought process, then the thought process was kind of going on in my own brain. Like, you know, they were equating Einstein to like, in ways like to Nostradamus, and the Nostradamus, he thought about things in different ways. And what about Leonardo da Vinci? And so da Vinci's different drawings and things of his inventions and stuff. And and different people down through the ages, like even going all the way back to Plato and Socrates, what was their thought process on how they came up with some of this stuff 2,000 years ago. And that somehow that thought was, now this is my interpretation, but it was the way it was presented, that somehow thought, it was only as good as the person having the thought. So like the thought process of Einstein was brought about because he was a genius. And therefore, because he was a genius, his thought process was obviously different from everybody else. And of course, his brain slices did show that his brain was, physically different than some other folks's. But the idea that you could only a genius could have genius thoughts. Now, I'm going to say that again. It's only a genius like Einstein that could have genius thoughts. In other words, that you could dream up some of the stuff that Einstein did, that E equals mc squared. Okay. Energy is equal to the mass times the constant squared. That's what E equals mc squared means. Now you go, I don't have a clue what he's talking about. But to the point, though, here's the thing. They was like, well, what about Isaac Newton? His laws of gravity, an apple hit him on the head, and therefore an apple falls. And that what is the energy that makes that apple fall? It's gravity. Now, let me use that as a simple explanation about genius and thoughts. So, because Newton wrote it down, he's the genius of the group. Wait a minute, Hawkeye, what are you talking about? Well, he's the genius because he wrote it down. But how many people over the last thousands of years had something fall out of a tree and hit them in the head? Now, what's to say that a Neanderthal man or a Cro-Magnon man who had thought process, because they could build a fire, they could stay warm, they could club a dinosaur to death so they could have something to eat. They had thought processes. They weren't stupid. They knew how to make basic stone tools, which I've tried to make arrowheads myself, and it ain't easy. Okay. So, so Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon man, and the caveman had thought processes. They weren't as dumb as other folks would like to make them, make believe that they were. So they had thoughts. So how many Cro-Magnon or Neanderthals, or pick a caveman personage, who didn't think that, if I throw this rock at a certain speed, or if I take a bigger club and hit this dinosaur, I'm going to have more effect than if I just hit him with a little tiny pebble, right? I can throw little rocks at him all day long, but if I take this big rock and hit this dinosaur, I could possibly knock his brains out and bring him down, and we can kill and eat him. So Neanderthal, the caveman, knew how to think. All right. That's number one. Or they wouldn't have made it as long as they did, because they had to have been able to think. But now, did they think about skyscrapers? Who knows? They didn't build them. But what's to say that a Neanderthal man hadn't thought of a skyscraper, in some of his, hey, Michelle, how you doing? That is somewhere along the line. Yeah, I'm supposed to be refilling my my 20 here. So who's to say that the Cro-Magnon or Neanderthal, it's easier to say Neanderthal, but I mean, I think it goes way back. These were just stupid cavemen, but they were smart enough to live in a cave. I mean, I'm sorry, but if you're cold and freezing, and it's supposed to be the Ice Age thing, and they were smart enough to go into a cave to build their fires. That's using your brain. That's using thought. Okay, so what's this got to do with Einstein? Well, they were inferring that only a genius could have genius type thoughts. And I want to just go, whoa, hang on. I think that there have been a lot of geniuses. I've met some geniuses in my day that never wrote a report, but they knew how to fix an engine. They knew how to soup up a car. They knew how to do this thing, and some of them hadn't even graduated high school. But they knew how to fix, repair cars, go-karts, you name it, they could fix them and could tell you what was wrong with them just by listening to them. Or not being able to listen to them, as the case may be. Here, crank that thing up for me. Well, it won't start. Well, I think I know what's wrong. What? So, but with that said, you go, well, wait a minute. Well, those people aren't geniuses. Well, wait a minute. So what's your definition of genius? Well, Einstein, he worked out the theory of relativity. Okay. So there's this old farmer that fixes his tractor using spare parts around his farm. So, but he doesn't know about E equals MC squared, but he knows that if he wants to take a bolt off, he's going to have to get a longer bar to pull this thing off. Does he know about torque? Well, he knows he's got to tighten bolts really tight so stuff don't fall off. So he understands about torque. And what that means and so forth. And he knows that if he wants to pull a certain size plow across his field, that he's going to have a certain size tractor in order to do it. There are certain things that he just knows about without knowing physics, without knowing what E equals MC squared means, without knowing the secrets of the universe. This guy is a genius in his own right. Why? Because he can fix this thing with little or nothing. He puts his farm back together. He puts his tractor back together. And how do I know this? Because I've worked for some of these folks back in the past. Long before there were YouTube videos on how to fix something. If something broke and they were poor, they fixed it. They figured out how to do it on their... I consider that to be a genius type of situation, but it not in an IQ sense. So, but what's to say God talked with some of these farmers had just outrageous ideas on certain things. And, I think, well, but Einstein was the only genius. He was the only one that could be smart enough to think about these things, to postulate these mathematics. Okay, well, I've been around a long time and there's still a lot of mathematics I don't understand. Okay, I'll be right there with you. But I passed my physics exams. I passed my strength and stress of materials exams when I went back to school. And because there were formulas already set up for me to follow. So if I needed to know what size of a board I needed to know how wide of an expanse that needed to be covered, how many 2x6s, or should I use 2x8s or whatever, and what the length of them are, and what the, how much stress, what kind of load there's going to be, if there's going to be a second floor. And so you add these things up and you use these formulas, and it tells you approximately what size materials to use, or whether you should use an I-beam, or whether so. But back in the day, because I've tore down some old tobacco barns and stuff, they had learned what formulas worked for them. And so with the many tobacco barns and things that I've torn down to help build this house back in the day, these formulas worked, but they weren't written down. The carpenters just knew what the distance was between the uprights. They knew what size nails or spikes or whatever to use. They knew how to install them without YouTube videos, okay? Without the internet 100 years ago and more. So I consider that to be genius, because they had hand saws. They didn't even have electric power tools. They were doing things with hand saws and chisels and hammers and stuff, and building these things. And we passed that 20 mark, didn't we? And I'm going to take a quick break and say happy 20 for all y'all. Um, but so where does what does genius mean? Is it simply a number as far as, I had I remember years ago somebody said, "What was your IQ?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. I remember getting a paper back in high school that said I think my IQ was 130." Well, wait a minute. Anything above 120 is supposedly genius. And I'm like, wait a minute. I was put in remedial classes. I was put in the slow learners class, because I've had issues with, like, would you repeat that for me, please? Well, wait a minute. One more time. I didn't quite get it. Slow learner. Okay. But at the same time, the test that we took back when I was in Tampa Catholic, somewhere I remember, because somebody asked me, they said, "What's your IQ?" I said, "I think it's 130. Well, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be above average. Wait a minute. The mean normal of, people in the United States is 100. 110 is supposed to be like good. And if mine's 130, wait a minute, I'm supposed to be a freaking genius. Well, wait a minute, I don't understand a lot of mathematics, but I understand a lot of other things. So did Einstein understand about how to put a fence up? Did he understand how many spaces between them there should be? Did he I mean, well, his brain was in another area, obviously. But could he get on a tractor and plow a field? Well, what? But he was a genius. Yeah, but he was a genius in mathematics. Okay, he was a genius, sort of, in physics and postulating things. So they said that he would use a thought process, that he would just sit for hours and contemplate, which was what Socrates and Plato and, Da Vinci and some of these other folks, I can't remember, there were some other folks, that he would just sit and contemplate, that he would just sit and smoke his, thing. IQ is subjective. I agree. That's genius level. Make IQ test. Yeah. But anyway, my little break time here. I went to the heart doctor yesterday and I really got to quit smoking, but I'm still cutting down, but I haven't quit smoking. So, but I'm still leveled off and everything's pretty good. So right now, everything's groovy. But he's like, "You got to quit smoking." And I'm like, okay. I didn't say I smoked cannabis, but you know. Yummy, yummy. That was good. So, in this thought process of thinking about what a genius was by these other folks' standards and by who they were, they pointed to Tesla and a lot of other, folks that we know down through history, that have invented wonderful things. And what about the guys that, invented the A bomb and so forth and all this stuff? They were very, very highly intelligent, obviously. Um, but at the same time, some of them, in retrospect, I say some of them could barely change a tire. Okay. Now, men were more manly back in the day and that they could do, they could change a tire and things. And nowadays you have somebody change a tire and they, use their cell phone and call somebody who's not supposedly a genius to change their tire. But what's to say that the person who comes out to work on your car, you're stuck on the side of the road in the rain, and having known some of these folks who were, that did this kind of work or that ran wrecker services, they come out and change your tire. And you're very grateful and everything. And they change your tire in the rain or late at night or whatever, or tow you in, depending. And you say, oh, this person, and he is relegated to this job as um, um, a service truck provider, a tow truck. Well, he must not be very smart. He can't be a genius, because he's operating a tow truck. Now, it takes a certain amount of IQ to drive and operate a tow truck, okay? Especially without messing up somebody's car and towing it in or how they lift it. So this idea that, wait a minute, this guy that's operating this tow truck can't be very smart. Really? How do you know? Well, he's smoking a stubby old cigar and he's talking like this, and he must not be very smart because he's running a tow truck. So what somebody who might supposedly be in a special vehicle, got money and got a cell phone, can call in somebody else to do the dirty work for him. They're the genius. They're the smart one, right? But the tow truck operator, a lot of times, is an independent contractor, is an independent. He owns his own business. And he's dealing 24 hours a day to give service to people. And you say, well, because that means he's got an answering machine, he's got answering services, he's got billing operations, but he's just a tow truck driver. And he can't be very smart, but he's operating his own business unless the guy's hired to go out and do the service calls. But even them know more than the average Joe because they know about what it takes and they know about business and they know about this and that. So the tow truck driver might not be a genius as far as, in relative, in relationship to Einstein or to someone, but they ain't stupid, So in their thoughts in riding around, going to fix other people's vehicles or picking them up or towing them in or whatever it is that they're doing, how do you know what that truck driver, what that driver, but what that mechanic is actually thinking about? Because the thought process of a genius, they go through, they break down things, they have these, when I was working as a grinder, it was very monotonous work. It's just repetition, repetition, repetition. I was dreaming up all kinds of stuff back in the day, dreaming about what my house would look like, dreaming about, doing this and dreaming about such and such and such and such. So in my own little way, my tiny little brain was working its genius in thinking while I was working, because it was just monotonous and repetitious. So if you've ever done a repetition, or you're going to be thinking about it, well, that just went around. We would, where's my glasses at? There they are. I think Duggar's still outside, by the way. We could farm, dig, mill, work the gas station, change tires, plug tires by the age of 16. Yep, we were talking about that earlier, Barry. We had working knowledge of autos even when we did our own builds. I mean, there were those of us who knew how to do certain repairs to cars, and we didn't know how to do work on cars. We did not consider ourselves mechanics. Well, now you can't work on those kind of things yourselves. But anyway, but the idea of what makes a genius and who is a genius, but part of it is that who is to say that back in the days or before Isaac Newton and the apple falling on the head and the idea of gravity, there were people thousands of years earlier that were working things out, not necessarily mathematically with E equals MC squared kind of thing, but they would make a bow that was 3 feet long. Okay, little short bow, a bow and arrow bow. Okay. Then as things went on by trial and error, which trial and error takes a certain amount of genius, it takes a thought process. So if I make this bow 3 feet long and I make my arrows this long and I put a string on it and I pull it back, my arrow's only going to go so far. So, but if I double the size of my bow and make it like a longbow, which was very popular back in the medieval days, because you could pull these suckers back and let an arrow fly for a half a mile. Well, maybe not a half a mile, but a long way. But a lot longer than a little short bow and a little short arrow. So the idea, well, wait a minute. You say, well, Hawkeye, Dave, that's not really genius. Yeah, it is. Why? Because they were using a thought process. They didn't have a calculator. They didn't have a slide rule, but they were calculating. If I make this bow and if I make the string out of this, and then there were the long bows, and then there were the recurved long bows to where they put a little curve at the end of it. So it actually had more strength to pull that string back. And thus it would make that arrow fling even farther. They learned that, you had to have feathers at the end of the arrow. Why? Because if you didn't, the arrow would just flop all over the place. So wait a minute, how did that means they learned about aerodynamics. Well, wait a minute, this is long before Plato. Well, maybe, yeah, actually probably before Plato, because they were using bows and arrows back in the days of the early Greeks and way before. So where did they get this knowledge? Bows and arrows. Let's just keep it simple, right? Well, now this is a science with bows and arrows that people can sit down, with. I've got several different kinds of bows here and arrows of different lengths, and it's like if you have a certain bow length, then your string is a certain length, and you should use an arrow that's this long. Well, back in the day, they just sort of knew it, but they've known it for thousands of years. But now there's mathematics to go with arrows and bows and poundages and crossbows and and so if you use this pound of bow and you need this strong a string and you need this length of bolt and you need this, well, but for thousands of years they've been using crossbows. So who taught them? Who was the genius, okay, that came up with how many pounds of pull? And but here's the thing. They had the thought. So they were saying that Tesla and Einstein and some of these other geniuses were pulling this information, guess what, from out of the universe. And they even used the term Akashic record. What? Now, I've talked about this before. I believe that there's information that's been out in the universe forever. And that we have the opportunity, as I always suggest, to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe, right? That's my mantra. So they're suggesting that this information has been available in the Akashic record for a long time, and that Einstein just happened to pick up on it. And that his genius, I would agree with this, his genius was by being able to interpret the information that he got from the Akashic record. I would agree with that. Okay. And they were trying to make it more than that somehow. And I was like, well, wait a minute. Whoa. So, but the Akashic record, now I've talked about this before, there is the general overall Akashic record, but we each have personal records. Okay. So if my tribe of people came from the Pleiades section, which have been leaning towards for many years for various reasons, then my Akashic record is going to be different because of the Pleiadians and the Pleiades and whatever that culture and so forth in that star cluster is, versus somebody from Orion or somebody from the Sirius or somebody from, so there is the general knowledge that's in the Akashic record for everybody, which is physics and the knowledge of stuff, okay, versus personal records, which means that's our personal Akashic record, okay? So I believe that both exist. Why? Because they have to. Period. There's general knowledge that's available to everybody all over the universe. It's available. And then there's the personal records, which to me just makes sense. But there are folks who would argue with me on that. Oh no, there's only one, Dave. Okay. Oh ye of little faith, and oh ye of blinders on, oh ye of who can only think like this. Then you won't understand that, the genius is within all of us. Well, what about the person who, can barely speak? What of a person who is mentally handicapped, who can barely tie their shoes or can't tie their shoes? Does that mean that they're an idiot? Now, Michelle might argue that. And when I worked with folks who had mental issues and we were teaching, I found out that some of these retarded folks were actually quite bright. They actually had a whole different sense of what thought process was, because they were brain damaged for one reason or another, some from birth and some from, most of them from birth, but some from accidents after the fact, after birth. But that simply because their thought process was different, in my humble opinion, I was like, man, that's some really serious thinking here. That person, has got issues, but they're not stupid. They got a different way of looking at a problem, like me, and where, they said that I had to go to slow classes, which because it took me a couple of times to interpret what some of these folks were saying. But at the same time, I've got my own way. It's sort of like being dyslexic. And in some ways, I have been dyslexic. So I've had to take what they were teaching and turn it into words that I understood. When I went back to school, there were things that I had to, I'm reading something in the thing, and I would ask the instructor, I'd go, do they mean that if you had a such and such and a such and such, it'd be like this? And he'd go, yeah, So he would break things down into common stuff like, well, if you had a farm tractor and you had this or whatever. So I was like, oh, I understand that part, but this equation here don't make sense. But when you plug in, that you want to pull a harrow and you want to do so many feet and you need so many horsepower, then what you need to do is plug in these numbers into this equation, and that gives you how many horsepower of what size tractor you need to pull the harrow behind your tractor. Otherwise, if the tractor's going to go, nah, it ain't going to pull the harrow. It ain't going to pull it. No matter what you do to that tractor, it ain't going to pull it because it's not big enough. Okay. So, but how do you know that? So now they got formulas. Back in the day, they just knew you can't pull that thing with that size tractor. You need a bigger tractor, son, or you need a smaller harrow. So, but the fact of the matter in the genius of thought is that anyone who can think, in my humble opinion, has the ability to be a genius. There are things that I have thought about over the years. I have forgotten more than I can remember. And some stuff I've written down. I've got little booklets and things all over the place with stuff I've written down. Little drawings of things, and I don't consider myself a genius, but in my ruminations of the spirit, of discussions about shamanism or of spiritualism or of that. So that's where I don't really claim to be a genius in that, but this is where I consider that, instead of being a mathematician, I have chosen this as my a shaman in training as my later on in life. I'm still an engineer, but I still can't do math. Okay. Let's be perfectly clear with that. I am not a mathematician. But in this understanding of the world, years ago, I'd had certain thought processes. When I was in grade school in the 60s, I thought that they were lying to us about how they built the pyramids. Oh, they used logs and they used slaves and they did this and I have thought for the longest time that was all horseshit. Okay. That no, they have been, these folks have been making up stuff. There are things in the Bible, and I've talked about Sister Helene over the years and the things that she taught me and discussed, and these things are coming true. That this is the last pope. And oh, by the way, this guy Francis, who says he's the pope, ain't the pope. All right. So the pope ain't the pope. Just saying, he ain't. They haven't elected a pope yet, but I digress. So, but the genius of thought. My dog is a genius who's still outside. He's learned how to, without my prompting, the can man. Pope John is the goat. He was. Carry a cheat sheet of the equations you need. Back when I need them, I did. I met John Paul, and he was a good man. John Paul was a good man. Yep. But this guy that's in there now, he is not the Pope. He is the mayor of Rome. He is not the Pope. Okay. By Catholic standards, he's not the Pope. And the real Pope died a couple of months ago, right? And Ratzinger, right? He's the one that he was the Pope. But anyway, so they cover up stuff in front of us all the time. Took a bullet and survived. Yeah, he wasn't supposed to survive, by the way. His predecessor, John Paul I, was only Pope for 33 days. 33 days. The Masons, 33, blah, blah, blah. 33 days. And nobody ever questioned how he died. He just died in his sleep. It was mysterious. No, they killed that man. They murdered him. The Catholics did. Um, I don't know that until you make those jokers work harder. Yeah, the first John Paul was in for 33 days. And then they had to vote a new one in. And that made John Paul II. And of course, they tried to shoot him out in public and he survived, But Francis, who is a Jesuit, and I've talked about this before, and do a little homework yourself, but look it up. 200 years or plus years ago, the Catholics threw the Jesuits out of Catholic because the Jesuits aren't Catholic, basically. But they can say mass and all this other stuff, but they are a separate order from the Catholic Church. They are the Jesuits, okay? And in a letter that Abraham Lincoln wrote back in 1864-ish, said that if it weren't for the fact that the Jesuits butted in with political affairs, there would not have been a Confederate war. There would not have been a Civil War. But because the Jesuits kept sticking their nose into politics, it made it even worse, and they ended up with a Civil War. So the Jesuits have been blamed for a lot of stuff, and I would agree. And having had a couple of Jesuit priests literally after my ass, my physical want to punk me in the butt, okay, Jesuit priest, I can say that, the Jesuit order ain't all that holy and, ooh, Jesus-y, no. But anyway, so the guy, he's a Jesuit, is in there now that claims to be the Pope, ain't the Pope. So, but anyway, what is my YouTube name? So anyway, the genius of thought. So each one of us has the ability, if we can think at all and wake up and feed ourselves, we have thought. That even a blithering idiot can be a genius. You just don't know it. They don't know how to write it down because they're a blithering idiot. But that don't mean that they ain't thought about E equals MC squared. You go to talk to them and they go, well, I don't know. I see these figures in my head and I had this dream. And you go, well, he's just a blithering idiot. Well, there have been some geniuses over the years who've been called blithering idiots by other people because they didn't want to. Well, he's not from MIT. He doesn't have a degree. He doesn't have a PhD, so he can't, or she can't, or they can't pile it high and deeper, which PhD, pile higher, deeper. Anyway, and that was from a PhD person. So get a master's and forget the doctorate. But anyway, so these people, we all have the ability to accept and think. So where did this idea come from? It came from the Akashic record. Did it? But okay, I would say so. In that, there's all this knowledge in the universe. Where else do these genius thoughts come from? So all of these genius people, and most of the people they discussed, by the way, were men. And I'm not saying that women ain't geniuses, but that the ones who have shown up in history have been men. Now, I think it's because it's a men type thing that there were women and are women who were geniuses, like the women who recently watched the movie about the black women who worked at NASA during the early days of NASA in the 60s, and before they even had computers installed. And there are black women who helped to install the IBM computers, and how how utterly brilliant these women were. And I think a couple of them may still be alive, and that would mean that they still are. But that, you know, they didn't get near the recognition that an Einstein did or somebody else. And that's big. The one lady is, I wish I could remember her name. They had to work out of an idea that, you know, they were working in circles when the earth is more of it's bulging at the seams around the equator. So it's not really circular. And then there are a lot of people who still believe it's flat, but in that they had to come up with a new formula that had not been tried before, because in order to slow them down at the right place in orbit, they had to slow down the spacecraft so it would land in a particular place on time and in the right, you know, before they had real GPS, they were, you know. And so here's this black woman without a calculator working out these long-term things and creating even a new mathematical equation to encompass these different parameters that they needed. And she showed it to all these men who were supposed to be all these brilliant scientists, and proved, and guess what? Uh, uh, Whoever it was, I think it was Shepard, that came in, and he was like, I'm not taking off until she can tell me where the coordinates are before I even take off. And she called him in and did the thing as the movie suggests, and on, you know, based on true facts. And so here was this black woman who was a genius with mathematics, who figured out a new form of mathematics to get the astronauts out of orbit. How about that? So, but the thing is that the information was already there. She even said, well, you know, I have to combine working with a parabola versus working with this. And oh, that means I have to come up with a new formula, you know, that showed it in the movie. And sometimes the genius is in taking common information, what's already there, and modifying it to fit your particular circumstances. Okay? That takes genius. But guess what it takes? It takes thought. So for thousands of years, people have been making bows and arrows. And for thousands of years, there has been the development of the bow and arrow and its trajectories and how long, and like I was talking about before. Now there are mathematical formulas for this. But for 5,000 years, they've been using bows and arrows without a mathematical formula. So where'd that information come from? Well, from trial and error, but the idea of a bow and an arrow had to come from somewhere. Now, I would say that space aliens could have introduced ancient man to bows and arrows, okay? But at the same time, the development of the bows and arrows has come from man's thought pattern, thinking about it. Big John, how you doing? Wait, put my glasses down again. What? Was that a hint of flat, a flat earth? Oh, Big Justin. You know what there is no mathematical equation for? Love. That's true. That's very true. The equation was needed to figure out where entry was at the speed and trajectory included. Yep. And that meant she was really smart. But there was information on both ends. They had circular stuff, they had speed and everything, but you know, but with that, she had to come up with a new calculation calculation. Joe, wow. Can you tell your best? What do you mean, my best story that I have? I got a bunch of stories. My whole life is nothing but one big story. Critical thought. Yeah. So, over the many years, going back to caveman and Neanderthal, and, I mean, even the creation of the spear, took, yeah, I wasn't too bad with trig. Actually, I was horrible with trig. I was better with geometry. Gee, I'm a tree. But anyway, with angles and so forth and that kind of thing. But, and solving for, X. But, but my thought about this is that, the genius of thought, but, how many people would think, but thought isn't being a genius. Okay. And people have had weird thoughts about all kinds of strange inventions and stuff. When I was a little kid in the early 60s, going to the, drive-in theater with my Aunt Shirley, I was sitting in there one day and we're, got the speaker that's clinging to the window pane, and we've got a drink and everything. And, and I said, one of these days I'm going to invent something that sits on the window so that you can put your glass on it. And now my aunt told me years ago, she goes, called me up from Tampa. I was living up here. And she goes, you came up with an invention. I will remember. She goes, you'll be able to put your glass on the window. And thus the cup holder was born. She goes, you knew about that cup. You saw that cup holder in yours, because I described it to my Aunt Shirley while we were sitting there waiting on during the intermission. I'd just come back with drinks and stuff, right? Let's all go to the lobby. But anyway, and so she goes, you described what this thing would look like to hang on the inside of the window to hold your cup, a cup holder. She goes, you invented it years ago and now they're out there. You would have made $1 million with your idea, David. That was my Aunt Shirley. So as a young person, I saw a need for something, God, it'd be nice to be able to put your drink there. And somebody invented it. So, but my Aunt Shirley remembered that for years. She probably still remembers it. But so the idea, though, that somehow that being a genius, is relegated to a certain age or to a certain type of person or to a certain IQ level. And I would say that genius comes from, a square wheel just did not work. A square wheel, you can roll a rock downhill and go, oh, round-ish. Now, the issue was back in the day of making something round, trying to cut it out and to make it round. And, to make a wagon wheel to this day still takes skill. You just don't go out and make a wagon wheel, especially if it's got spokes in it. And especially if it's the old style wooden wagon wheel, it took great skill to make those things, especially the ones that had a metal ring around them and how they fitted them on. It's still, a tried and true trade, right? So, but who invented the first one? I don't know, but it goes a long way back. But then whoever created the wheel created big wheels, they created small wheels, they created ones with different spokes, they created, with long spokes, short. I mean, so, and then they put them on chariots, and then they put horses. Well, they put wheels on the chariot, and then they put horse. Which came first, the wheel or the horse for the chariot? Just put that out there. But the mathematics of what size wheel works best on a chariot, for example. Did they sit down and do E equals MC squared? Well, if I put 2 horses with 1 chariot, that's going to make it twice as fast as a chariot with 1 horse. Now, how much thought does that take? But so you've got a 2 horsepower chariot versus a 1 horsepower chariot. Well, if you've got a great big horse that's really strong, he could possibly outrun 2 of them because he's running by himself and the 2 are not running into. So, but the idea, but see, that takes thought. And the genius of the thought and the practicality or the ruminations or the, let me just sit on this rock and think about it a minute. And allow the thoughts to come from the universe and allow us to absorb, well, I have this problem. You know, I need some eggs, but I don't have a chicken. Now I'm going to have to get my neighbor's chicken to cross the road. So why did the chicken cross the road? Because the guy on the other side had a bag full of corn. That's why the chicken crossed the road. What do y'all talk about? Justin's talk about what? Who's Justin? Why ain't they letting him in? Y'all being mean out there? But anyway, so I think that anybody who can think, and anybody going back thousands of years, had the opportunity to think of stuff, okay? Just because somebody didn't write it down, like Plato, Socrates, you know, or whoever down through the years, doesn't mean that they didn't think of it. Anybody that's had an acorn fall out of the tree on their head has thought about, why in the hell that sumbitch just hit me in the forehead? I looked up and an acorn hit me, almost hit me in the eye. It happened just the other day to me because acorns are falling out of the oak tree. And I was just looking up and it, boom, I was like, damn, that was close. I could have lost an eye from an acorn. So for thousands of years, acorns have been falling out of trees. For thousands of years, people have wondered, before Newton came up with the gravity thing, why do they fall? And there are some people who just don't give a crap. Man, they just fall because they're up there and they come down here. So, but it was Newton who was like, it must be something. It must be, you know, the apple at a thing. And does an apple fall as fast as a feather? Or does a feather fall as fast as a, you know, things of different weight? And, but, you know, so, but anyway, well, a penny smashed through a, you know, the concrete sidewalk if it's dropped from a height. I'd have to look it up. I can't remember, but you know, those are the questions of the day back then. So, but the idea though that somehow everybody other than Einstein was a dullard, was stupid, you know, when I would say that there probably have been thousands of people who have had thoughts akin to Einstein, maybe not exactly the E equals MC squared equation, but that considered, like, for example, you know, light is not, light is a particle, or light is a ray, or light is an electrical thing, or, you know, and the speed of light, to this day, they still claim it's a constant. And to this day, they have still told the lie. The speed of light is an average. I've talked about this before too, but it's an average. So, you know, they can't even tell the truth in the scientific community. And so, under different circumstances, light acts differently. It refracts, it gets absorbed in, like, the atmosphere. You know, light, a light shining through a mist and a rainstorm, it shows up differently. It refracts on the raindrops. I mean, so but how many people, oh, but light is a this or light is a, but I have observed things as a kid before I even knew who the frick Einstein was. So I was accessing thought patterns as a child, playing with a flashlight back when I was a Boy Scout, long before I knew who Einstein was. But I was having Einstein kind of thoughts. How does this if you bounce it off of water, and how if you do it this way, and how come light doesn't go around a corner without some kind of a mirror or something? I mean, so I was having Einsteinian thoughts of light, and how is light a particle, or what is light, and what makes the light, and back in the late early 60s and stuff, there wasn't that much information about these kinds of things available to the general public without going to a college or something, right? So the reason I bring this up is I didn't hear it from somebody, okay, about what made my flashlight work, or why it didn't go around a corner, or I was having thoughts of my own just because I was playing with a flashlight. So, but does that make me a genius? No, what it makes me is someone who has thoughts, and who observes the physical world, and who questions why certain things act certain ways. So is that necessarily being a genius, or is that just the fact that maybe everybody's a genius, especially those who can use thoughts to their benefit for whatever? And the benefit might simply be like, I did this stupid little, why can't a light go around a corner when I was like 8 or 9? And I was like, well, because light will, but it will reflect around a corner, but it won't go around a corner without a mirror or something. So I was testing the theory of, before I knew if light was a particle or a ray or a beam or something, right? So, but in my thought process, somehow something is making this, and I can make it go to the right or left if I use a mirror or some kind of reflective thing. And I can change the direction of the beam, you know, but the beam, once it goes a particular direction, it's just going to go straight. So, but that I didn't think that made me a genius. And my little 8-year-old mind thinking in these terms, playing with a flashlight. But somebody who knew mathematics, and somebody who was older, and somebody who'd been to college and who had studied things like this, their experiment with a flashlight was totally different, because their thought process was much more educated than mine at that time. So, but without education, I was still having the thought process, is my point. So I think people down through the ages have had a lot of thoughts about all kinds of stuff. And because it didn't get written down, or somebody don't remember their name, then therefore they're not remembered at all in history. Not just forgotten, but they're just not remembered at all, and maybe nobody knew their name to begin with because they never wrote it down. They might have had a conversation with a coworker while they're working on the pyramid, and like, who agreed that everybody was going to have a certain color? Who agreed on how much pigment to use on the pharaohs in the pyramids, right? And I've seen, as a lot of you have, um, how high the hieroglyphs are, and and the hieroglyphs that they're all the same size. They're all of a certain height. They're all of a certain font type, if you will. So, not only did the Egyptians carve stuff in rock, they did it with extreme, they were extremely good at it. But who chose the font size? Who chose what size of hieroglyphs, what size the pictures were going to be, what the perspective is. So here's the big tall guy in the chair, and then here's all these other folks over here. Who chose? There are dimensional differences, right? There are perspectives. There are mathematical, get this, mathematical, height, change, size, things, perspective. Learning how to draw and to be a draftsman as I was, you had to learn about perspective. You had to learn about these things. And if this is going to be a certain height, then so where were all the invisible lines where all the text is the same height? How did they get that so damn accurate? I'm just curious. But who thought of, wait, we're going to make all the hieroglyphs a certain height because we want them to fit on this wall. So, and we got a height of a wall, and we got to fit in all these pictures and all these, glyphs and everything. But that's mathematical. They don't talk about that. It's just that here's all these pictures and here's all these hieroglyphs. But look at the layout of the hieroglyphs. Who thought of that shit? Don't nobody talk about that. You know what I mean? Oh, well, the hieroglyphs, they're just there. Yeah, but look at how uniform they are. And look at how all the V's are the same angle. And how all the V's all look the same, almost like they had just literally punched them out. How can all these hieroglyphs being chiseled out by all these different folks all look the same size? They all have the same. That took thought. That took a genius in and of itself. Sign makers today use all different kinds of fonts and styles. You still have to do, if you've got a customer wants a certain size sign to go outside of their business, you got to stop and figure out, how large can I make the letters? What size font can I use that'll look good from the road? What does the customer want? How does all this fit together in the space available? So, it's not just hieroglyphics, it's how they lay them out. And I mean, and when you look at I think it's Karnak, where these statues are 3 and 4 stories tall, who kept the perspective? In other words, the guy's head is this big, his shoulders are this big, but we're looking at a 50-foot tall statue. Okay. The guys who did Mount Rushmore used, this system to how they could, so far down the face that the nose would start, how far down the forehead and over, the guys that hung from the side of Mount Rushmore with them, chisels and stuff. I've been to Mount Rushmore, and just astonishing what they accomplished. But they had a system, so of how they worked it out, because they had little scale models over here, and they would work off the scale model and what the size head would be and so forth, and then they worked it out how big the rock was at mathematics. So, but don't nobody talk about, whoa, they carved this statue. That's great. It's gymongous. But don't nobody talk about how smart them folks were to keep the perspective of the guy's head's this big, his shoulders are this big, and they're still in perspective. They're giants, monumental statues. and they seem to have got it right. They just got out a couple of chisels and started hacking at it. Something that I noticed the other day, they were showing, I was watching Ancient Aliens or something anyway. They were showing this one bas relief, B-A-I-S, bas relief, or bas relief, to where the figure, much like the a lot, if not most, of the hieroglyphs are carved into the rock, right? Carved into the mountain, you know. So when you think about carving something like that, there's they want going to carve a side view of a person. So the part that sticks out first is the shoulder. All right. So you're doing it from this side. So the shoulders first, then it comes into the head. And then, you know, all the other details of my arm down here. And so, but so you have to envision first the shoulder. Now, this one particular relief, the hand was the prominent thing. It stood out like this. So they saw the hand. The hand was the first thing carved out, and then everything else was carved after the hand was carved. So whoever envisioned this thing was thinking in 3D terms, okay? They had to been, because here's the hand, and it's the first part that sticks out, and everything else is going to be beyond that. So you had to imagine what the arm was going to look like in relationship to the hand, how big the head was going to be, the shoulders and everything in relation to the first part carved in that relief. So wait a minute, you know, it's not that they just carved it, you know, it's the relief and the detail and the 3D imaging that these ancients had to be able to project in order to make these relief carvings of all sorts all over the place, right? Well, how do you know it's going to, did they have papyrus to like work it out on paper first? Where artists these days, you know, they sketch things out on paper or whatever, they figure out how it's going to go. But the detail of some of these reliefs, these bas reliefs, are extraordinary. I mean, it would take, you know, we got laser machines now that do this kind of work, but the work that they did back then with a hammer and a chisel and the intricacies of the face and the nose and the lips and the hair and, you know, the fine lines and things on the on their cheekbones and so forth, carved into the side of a church now, 100 feet up in some instances of some of these things, you know. Wait a minute, you know, and they didn't have pencil and paper and stuff, and they didn't have laser etchings, and they didn't have these engravings, and they didn't have, all they had was knowledge and practice, a lot of practice. But the fact that they were as good as they were, and that these things have, you know, you know, been through the test of time kind of thing, it took a lot of thought in order to bring these things about. And by the process of thought, they became geniuses. Okay. Were they a genius before they had the thought? What makes the genius? Was they a genius before they could think? Or was it the fact that they could think that made them the genius? You follow me? I would say it was the fact that they could use their thoughts and convey them in certain ways. But, you know, the fact that they made those, I studied, you know, being a Catholic, cathedral architecture back in the day, and the taller they did them, and I did drawings and so forth of some of these cathedrals back in my early days. And I would love to go see, some of these cathedrals that they built. But the fact that they built them so high and so tall, and they had to have flying buttresses on the outside of some of these buildings so that the walls wouldn't collapse, And so who thought of that one? Well, they had a few walls fall, but who thought of a flying buttress? And what the hell is a flying buttress? But there are many of those old cathedrals, that are at least the ones still standing, that had to have supporting arches on the outside of the church to keep the walls from falling down. Flying buttress. Ooh. But who thought of it? And the engineering, and did they build it first before they built the buttress? I mean, and so, but the thing is that the people who built these cathedrals and the people who designed the things to hold the buttresses up, the scaffolding and the cranes that they use to build these churches. Nobody talks about the genius of that and some of the genius of some of these engineers who built some of these churches, not just designed them. You can design shit all day long, but that don't mean you can build it or make it work. So you can design shit all day long, but you got to make it work. You got to make it functional. You got to make it work. So you can have the thought, but just because you have the thought, does it make you a genius? So my discussion here of this is in deep thought, and I got to go let my dog in. I think he's out there running around. Will y'all hang on just a second? Don't go anywhere. Let me go let Duggar in. I hope he's still out here. Aliens might have got him. Is Duggar out here? Where's Duggar? Is Duggar still out here? There's my Duggar. 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 Yep, he was out there patiently waiting for me to let him back in. So, in a way, by discussion of this, it requires thought to be a genius. But which came first, the chicken or the egg? Which came first, the thought or the genius? And I personally would suggest that it was the thought that came first. Because without thought, how could you even consider being a genius in any perspective, right? From anyone's point of view, even your own. So, how could you be a genius without thought? Because it requires thought to think, it requires the brain to function in order for us to, get our points across or to have conversation or, to figure out how to cross a river without drowning or, what are we going to have for supper? That requires thought. Sometimes it requires a genius to think about it. My nose is itchy. Can you tell my nose is just, I've had all my meds in today for some reason. I'm going to have to get my butt cream and put it on my nose. So, but anyway, I wanted to have this conversation because, there are so many folks who, oh, you're an idiot. Well, you don't know what you're talking about, or that's one of the stupidest ideas I've ever heard. Well, there are people out there who've had some really stupid ideas. There ain't no doubt about that. But sometimes these stupid ideas, depending upon the circumstance, might actually be a brilliant, genius idea. I mean, you say, well, I would never do that to my truck. But if you're stuck in mud, you might consider it, well, I would never get stuck in mud. Well, okay, until you get stuck in mud, and then you go, well, I'll be God dog. I remember this guy, they took a board and tied it to their wheel. And so that they could, when it went around, it lifted them up out of the hole they was stuck in. I thought that was the dumbest thing, but then I tried it and I got myself unstuck. So, but you would never do that to your truck. You would never do that to a vehicle. You would never think of tying a log to your wheel to get out of a mud hole. Oh, but you seen somebody else try it on a YouTube video. And I was like, to myself, I was like, son of a gun, I never thought of that. That's a damn good idea. Tie a piece of board on and let it, when that board comes around, it literally will lift you out of the hole. Holy crap. So, but anyway, practicality is the mother of invention. In other words, you have a flat tire on a dirt road and it's muddy and you're sinking in the mud. So do you change that tire or do you leave it flat? Now, there's a lot of good reasons why you should leave the tire flat on a muddy dirt road, because it's wider and will actually have more traction than if a tire was filled up with air and skinnier. So you'd say, well, wait a minute, I'm going to wait till I get to the pavement or it stops raining or I get off this mud. I'm going to leave that flat tire run while I'm on this dirt road because I've actually got better traction. There are some tractors, they want better traction. Well, drag strip, guys, there's a certain amount of, they don't fill them tires all the way up. When you see them, especially them rails, when they start to take off, you can actually see them rear tires crumple so that they will get better traction. So, but who thought of the idea of having flat tires to get better traction? Some redneck who was stuck on a dirt road in the mud. But so it would take some redneck to go, let the air out of them tires. You'll get better traction. To the city slicker who's like, no, man, I got to fix my tire. I can't have a flat tire. I gotta. Well, then you got to be a dumbass, because us rednecks know how to do this kind of stuff, So, but, there are certain things that just sound stupid, but actually in reality work. So the common sense man, he can't think of it. But a redneck stuck in the country has already thought of it if he ain't already used it. But where did he get that information from? The Akashic record of rednecks? And I mean that with respect. I do believe that there is an Akashic record for rednecks that all rednecks can tap into. The Rednecks Akashic record. I gotta have a break. So if somebody calls you an idiot, just say fine, because you could easily be an idiot. An idiot savant, sort of like a Rain Man. So I think everybody deserves a chance to be smart. And I've met too many people that never finished high school that have had successful businesses. One gentleman I will not mention, but I was in our class at Tampa Catholic. I remember him copying, you know, off of my paper one time, and we had talked about it. And I was like, man, I'm not really smart, but if you need the answers, I'll share them with you, you know. And come to find out, when I went back years later to one of my class reunions, that he became a multi-millionaire down in Miami, Fort Lauderdale area as a CPA. And this guy couldn't add two and two together hardly, but he became a very, very, very successful CPA down there on the east coast of Florida. So it's like, what? None of us would have expected that out of this gentleman. He wasn't stupid, but he was a little slow. You know, it was like, what? You mean you don't understand this? No. So to me, one of his weakest subjects became his strong suit, and he literally became a multimillionaire as a CPA. Who would have known? But was he a genius? Hell no. At the time, oh, hell no, he wasn't a genius. He would ask some of the dumbest ass questions in high school, and even dumber than some of my questions. But the fact that he graduated, the fact that whatever changed his life, the fact that he was able to use his brain, and even with low scores in math in high school, he became a multi-millionaire by using his thought process, and he became a genius in how he utilized that knowledge and became a multimillionaire. Like, oh my God. You know, I'm putting butt cream on because my nose is itching beyond belief. My hemorrhoidal tissue on my nostrils. I've used some other stuff to cut down on the itching, but do you have your water wings handy in case you need them? Oh, is Chloe in a in the rain? Hey, Richard, how are you? I'm on my cell phone, and um the chat is very small. So, hey, Richard, how you doing? How's things in your area over yonder? As well as possible, I hope. All right, so there's the butt cream. And this is extra strength anti-itch cream. I have to double up, and it still is itching like hell. Dead gum combination of meds. I mean, wake up in the middle of the night and my nose and around here be itching so bad. Maybe that'll calm it down. I was hoping it was going to quit itching, but it didn't. So, but anyway, how long am I? An hour and a half. All right, so I'm not being too long. But anyway, so the condition of being a genius. Dadgummit. Quit itching. Lord have mercy. I don't want to wipe it off, but I want to get the snot off my nose. Ain't that gentle? Yeehaw. So in let me take a half step backwards. So with this genius of thought, or thought is being a genius or whatever. I keep looking over here at the camera and it's actually right there. Um, how does what Einstein did as far as physics and mathematics, how does that relate to like a spiritualness? All right, so my job is a shaman in training, right? So I've had, I've talked about this. Dang, quit itching, will you? You know, I talked about being back on the river and sitting out underneath the stars and watching the moon and having been uplifted by the spiritualness of it. And each time that I've been out, I have felt a different uplifting, a different spiritualness. And so that's connected with thought. Now, I'm not talking about genius, but they're saying that to be a genius, you must access the Akashic record. So, as a spiritual shaman in training, I'm I'm trying to open myself up to the universe, which means I'm trying to access at least the general Akashic record of spiritualness, unbeknownst to me. I mean, I'm just looking up there going, wow, ain't this cool? But actually, you know, what I am doing is I'm trying to access different levels of the Akashic record by allowing myself to be outside and, you know, in natural circumstances to try to, you know, um, to have these circumstances where I'm at on the river, on the water, on the whatever, you know, these circumstances to help me to, by the energy in the area, to help me to access, I guess, these spiritual levels, which, and my thought the other day was, I am trying to reach the Akashic record in general for shamans in training. I go out on the lake. Why? Well, it's beautiful and it feels great. And but I'm there for another reason. I'm there to try to experience more spiritually, to somehow get another level of understanding about the universe by being out in the universe, you know, by being out in nature. I want to feel what Mother Nature's got to give us, right? So by placing myself out there, I'm hoping that I will get insight. Okay, that sounds plausible, don't it? I mean, you know, when I've been out before, I have not thought of it in these terms of, well, Dave, you're trying to reach Akashic records, aren't you? I'm just trying to be spiritual. I'm just hanging out. And but actually, when I stop to think about it, what am I actually physically doing? I'm actually trying to access the my you know the galaxy's records, right? Of spiritualness. I had to do another dose. This is just itch cream. It's horribly itchy. And I know I'm like just can't get my hands off my face. It's that bad. So it's maddening. So but anyway, so am I trying to access the Egyptian Akashic record? Or am I trying to access the Greek Akashic record? I keep looking over here at this camera, and it's you. And the answer is no, not specifically, but because the Greeks are in the general Akashic record, and the Romans are too, and that means Plato and Socrates and some of these other people, and then there was some of this, and so. But here's a difference. Let me do this one time. So I'm just sitting down thinking, not about any particular thing, right? Just thinking. And all of a sudden, Socrates comes to mind for whatever reason. And so I'm sitting here thinking and having a smoke, and I'm not, my brain isn't being interjected by anything on the outside, or I'm just sitting here being stoned, and Socrates comes to mind. Why Socrates at the moment, I have no idea. It just came to mind. So, but so in my meditation of stuff, Socrates just comes to mind. So I'm just sitting here, and then all of a sudden I start, because Socrates comes to mind, I try to remember what Socrates, or what was he about? What kind of things did he discuss? Where did he get his knowledge from? Where did his knowledge base come from? Was there somebody before Socrates that had these, or Plato, that had these intellectual thoughts? You understand? So I'm just, ain't got a clue, but Socrates, and then something comes along, and then all of a sudden I get this something about Socrates. And I go, wow, well, that was enlightening. Wow, wow, now I wonder where that thought came from about Socrates. I went, wow, I had never thought along these lines. And here I am just being stoned. Not actively thinking about anything, no problems or whatever, but Socrates comes to mind, and then this other thought came in, and then all of a sudden this really enlightening thought, almost like a lightning bolt, about Socrates. And you just go, where the hell did that thought come from? And I would suggest that other thought is from Socrates, not necessarily his personal bio, but his Akashic record, because you're thinking about Socrates. Now, if you were thinking about the Greeks in general, and Socrates came up, but you would have started the thought process off with, I'm thinking ancient Greece. And what about ancient Greece? Oh, what about Socrates and Plato? And what about the gods that the Greeks came up with? And so, but you're thinking about Greece and ancient Greece. So your thought process starts out specifically with these little twinges of thoughts. But then the focus somehow goes to Socrates. Well, but maybe if your discussion at first is Greece, And it's Socrates and Plato and somebody else, right? The Oracle of Delphi or something, you know. And so it's like, but if you're sitting around not thinking about nothing and Socrates comes to mind, then one might say that the Akashic record of Socrates is floating around out there as a main topic for discussion for today, for example. And you were just minding your own business, and Socrates came in, and this came in, and this came in. And if you do a little bit of research, it might be that there might be a bunch of folks talking about Socrates on a particular day, and you go, wow, some bitch. I was thinking about Socrates just the other day, too, you know? And I had this really weird Socrates thought kind of moment. And I look it up, and some bitch, there it is. You know, so somehow you inadvertently have connected into the cosmic radio, and on a podcast was somebody in the cosmic radio was talking about Socrates, and you were just minding your own business, and you just happened to tune in all by yourself and had heard this little snippet. Come to find out it was true, and come to find out, you know, and all of a sudden you realize, oh wow, I just somehow connected with the universe. I just connected with the universe. Joe Rogan, I'm making this up, but Joe Rogan was talking about Socrates the other day. And all of a sudden I realized that I must have heard some of that program in my head or whatever, right? I mean, things like this has happened to me, that somebody on the other side of the planet might have been talking about a particular thing, and I'll be like, you know, I'd have had thought, I wrote down some little, jotted something down, and then all of a sudden, you know, come to find out that somebody within a day or so of me having the thought that I wrote down, and now that's one reason why I date the things that I jot down, just to go back and go, some bitch, you know, on that date on such and such, they were talking. Yep, there was somebody out there in the universe talking about this. And I heard it in my head without turning on the computer or watching a YouTube video. I heard it in my head. I had the conversation of similar things were going on in my head. So now, is that the Akashic record? Sort of. Because if it is the Akashic record, then it means that the subject matter has been discussed before somewhere in the universe. Okay, because how else could it be a record of any kind unless it has been talked about and recorded from the past? Now, I think there is a current record going on, meaning that there are topics of discussion that are current, that are around the planet, and which does extend into the universe, of topics for discussion, like, you know, the time that I had the idea for a cup holder inside a car at at the age of like 9 or 10 or something, you know, while it's sitting at the at the drive-in in Tampa, the Joyland, as a matter of fact, on Hillsborough Avenue. But the idea, though, that at some point somebody somewhere on the planet was having a similar idea, and a year or two later, cup holders were born. You know, and it's been proven over the years that there are times when there are similar ideas that are turned into a patent office, and that all around us at certain times, you know, there'd be 3 or 4, sometimes 10 or 15 people who will turn in an idea for a patent, and it'll be of the idea will be of a similar thing. So, but some get uh, approved and some of them don't, depending on, but that the ideas are similar. So these similar thoughts are occurring. It's not a record, it's happening now. But as the thoughts and whoever originated it, or maybe the thought is spinning around the world and only certain people hear the idea. Okay. So, but if you hear an idea with your thoughts, that could make you the genius. This is where this all ties in, right? So it was a genius idea by the person who ended up making the cup holder versus me, who heard and saw the idea in my head as a child, versus the person who heard it, saw it, drew it on paper, and submitted it. And they became the millionaire from the idea of a cup holder. Doesn't mean that that person who designed it was the only person to have had the idea. You follow me? So ideas are floating around out there, all kinds of them. But who hears them? There are pictures, there are paintings, there are desserts and food things and stuff that are ideas are floating around the planet right now as we're sitting here yakking, or I'm yakking and you're listening. But these ideas are floating around, but who hears them? So the person who would hear it and or interpret it would, morning Sophie. Who's Sophie? Somebody new I don't know. Hi Sophie. Who's Sophia? Sophia. Okay. Hey Richard, how you doing? Yeah, Richard's in the UK as well. God, I would love to go to the UK and drive around the countryside and listen to you yak. I would love. I would. God, I know I'm 71 and I ain't dead yet, but God, if I could travel, I'd have to gather up enough money to make the travel. But God, to be able to go to the UK, I would like to go to, Wales and also to Ireland. Well, I'd like to just go to Ireland, go to the Scottish Highlands and the far north, but yeah, I wouldn't be so interested in going to London per se. Maybe go spend a day and do a little, oh, there's the thing and there's that, and yeah, but I'd much rather go through the English countryside and see some of the standing stones and things like that. But anyway, yeah. So, which brings to mind also, what were the ancients thinking when they, put up these standing stones, in the UK and other places? But, oh, what's the one that the whole town has become uh, is like a, is like a hinge over there. But anyway, yeah, I would love to go over there and visit, just to feel the energy in the ground. But if I could feel any energy in the ground, but so this idea of the genius of thought. So I think the thought is what makes you the genius. What helps make you a genius is the fact that you can use your thoughts. So in Einstein and some of these other folks, that they were always considered that there were times when they sat and just contemplated. And that, Einstein, he smoked his pipe and he did his thing, but he contemplated. So there were times when they said that, they would try to talk to him and he would just be in such deep contemplation that he wouldn't hear people, or they'd have to, Stonehenge, yeah, but there's another henge that there's a something buried there. There's a I bet, yeah, you're rural, luckily. Yeah, good for you, Richard. I've watched the BBC and all them, and going through the countryside and the little narrow roads. And I go, how do you people not kill each other going down these little narrow roads out in the countryside? I mean, and folks just hauling ass. Down these little country roads. I mean, it reminds me watching the programs of South Georgia and some of these little narrow country roads we have. But we have accidents here too, but not nearly as many as we should have. People hauling ass at 50, 60 miles an hour down a dirt road. It's just like, what? And I mean a bumpy ass dirt road. I don't mean one that's nice and slick. No, I mean, I have done 40 and 50 down some dirt roads, so I'm guilty. When I was in the hospital back when I first got my leg broken in the 60s, there was a young fellow who was in the bed next to me at one point, I remember, and he was like, well, he had gotten his leg broken. He was like, well, how'd you get your leg broken? He said, well, we was driving down this dirt road about 50 miles an hour. And everybody was like, what? You went down a dirt road at 50 miles an hour? And as a child, I thought to myself, oh my God, 50 miles an hour on a dirt road. And, I used to do that all the time around here when I lived on a dirt road. Didn't even think twice about it. And, back then it was like, who in their right mind would go down a dirt road at 50 miles an hour? Well, obviously, a lot of us. And thank God we don't have, accidents like that. Something it's not dewberry, but some kind of berry. And it was the whole hinge, they said, could fit 2 or 3 stone hinges in it. And not Canterbury or something, but anyway, but the town and a village, a small town, it actually, is in the middle of that particular one I was thinking of. Stonehenge is more a tourist trap. Yeah, they build a huge interchange right near it. His name is Giants Dance. A bit of a hint to the who and what that them. Yeah, boy, I agree with that, Richard. You know, if there were, I was listening to Graham Hancock on his program that's on Netflix. Very informative, and I agree with a lot of stuff he talked about. But one of the things that he would not acknowledge, even though there's so much, you know, um, hidden history, if you will, about giants. I think the pyramids were built by giants. I think that a lot of these places with these huge stones, because with all of our technology today, without a supernatural explanation, but just in mechanical advantage, the cranes and things and stuff that we have today, we can't duplicate this. And the one thing was like the stones for Stonehenge are you know the mountains are over in Wales, which is a good distance away, and down many valleys and rivers and things. How they get them stones across there with rolling them on logs and stuff? We can't. It'd be we'd have to have huge trucks and trailers and all this stuff, and we'd have to have huge cranes just to lift the suckers onto a trailer or tractor trailer to to pull it that distance. And then, there would have to be the bridges, because you couldn't haul that sort of rock across any such bridge, right? Then there is an excellent book I have called Giants of Stonehenge by Hugh Newman. It's an excellent look. I highly recommend it. Really? Oh, that's cool. But I believe that giants are the missing link, you know, because we don't have cranes and things today to lift up half of these rocks or stones, let alone transfer them, And so it's like, so all this hocus pocus. And I think that the one story that was discussed was that Merlin literally levitated, that would be true as well, but levitated the stones all the way from Wales, all the way across the countryside to where Stonehenge is now. That seems more plausible than a bunch of people with logs and trying to roll it and this and that and the other thing. And one of the things that has not been brought up is the fact that, well, they pulled him with ropes. Okay. Now, for those of us who know a little bit about rope making, the size of some of these ropes and the amount of rope making, they say, well, they use this block and tackle. Well, do you know what a block and tackle is? Do you know how they're made? Do you know how they work? Do you know how they operate? So, but you're talking about the ancient Egyptians that only had crude tools. So if they only had crude tools, say that a couple of times in a row, then how they come up with a block and tackle? Because you have to have a pulley that works inside. How'd they make the pulley? What was the pulley made out of? What was the shaft that went in? I mean, if these folks had copper chisels and stuff, how did they make a block and tackle? Where did they get the miles of rope? What was the rope made out of? So they're lifting up these huge boulders with rope, block, and tackle in their pictures, right? When block and tackle would not work under those circumstances because of the materials that were available supposedly at that time. So it take but they did it this way. No, if you try to put a rock that big on a log, forget about rolling it. Just put that 15-ton boulder on a log and see what it does to the log. It's going to crush it. You ain't going to be able to roll it, let alone, and it's going to be squashed on one side. It's going to go like a bad tire. And it's like, but they use logs and they use ropes. Really? Doesn't matter how many slaves you got. How big is that freaking rope? Who made the rope? How long is it? You're talking about pulling these huge rocks up this incline, thinking of the pyramids now, or even to try to lift them up as a capstone, and you're going to rely on rope. And they show these block and tackles of that would be on a sailing ship, lifting a huge boulder. No. These block and tackles had to have been huge. So people ain't thinking. So the archaeologists are thinking about the rock and the stone and pictures, but they're not. When they talk about how they must have been moved by the ancient man, they don't think about the engineering because they never had to move something that big. Oh, well, they just use these. Oh, they just did that. But where'd they get the rope? Do you understand how big of the rope? Do you know how long it would have taken them to make the rope long enough to have gone up a block and tackle, come back down, gone back up, gone back down, gone back up, and come back down, and then went all the way over there and come back? And do you know how long? They would have needed miles of rope. miles of rope that had to have been super strong to lift these things. So who had the brains? Who had the thought? Who did, well, apparently these folks who are the archaeologists who are making these comments about how the ancients must have done it don't have a flip. They have not used their brains. They are not geniuses. They have fallen out of the category of being a genius because they're not using their brains. No, sorry. The mechanical advantage. What's that? Mechanical advantage. Well, it means that you're going to need a certain size rope to have the advantage of lifting something that big. You would need a rope that's this big around, to lift a rock that big, and it would have to be out of proven material. Where did they get the materials? Well, Manila rope is made out of things from Manila. Hemp rope is, guess what, made out of hemp. Well, that's because the fibers are long. So you have to get things and you have to weave them together and twist them together to make rope. Ain't nobody thought about that. Don't nobody talk about the size of rope. Oh, well, it would take a lot. We use steel cables to move rocks and things that big now. We don't use rope. We use steel cable, steel rope, right? So we can't even compare because unless they had steel cable back then, which they may have had, but it would have rusted away. But to the point of that. So why did I bring this up? It's because I feel like giants are the missing link. There were some remains that were supposedly these giants were 70 foot tall. Imagine, let's do a little calculation. How strong would a 70-foot man been? And could you have gotten a couple of them guys to tote a rock around? Probably. And you wouldn't have found any skid marks or anything. Imagine feeding hungry giants. Oh my God. Yeah. And just a couple of giants. It would have taken massive amounts of agriculture and people to feed a crew of 10 giants. If they were just 10 built, they were there, they were hired to build the pyramids, but 10 guys, holy mackerel. Of course, it would depend on how big and tall and all that. But personally, I think there's more evidence just by the fact that forget the fact that in Pumapunto and places in Peru, the stone is cut so precise, it resembles cuttings that are done in Egypt. Meaning, in my head, the ancients who carved some of these things inside squares, inside a rock, right? Inside a rock, there's a square cut out, and then there's another recess cut further back that is a perfect square. They don't know how to duplicate that today, especially without, this idea of stone tools, right? A hammer and a chisel. Nah. Besides that, they have seen and found tool marks in the stone that are circular cuts, like are made in tools today. But the precision is outstanding in the field somewhere because nobody can duplicate it with some of the things today that are thousands of years old. So these folks made these things, not only with giants or other means, but how they cut the stone and the precision with which some of these stones are cut are astronomically, they're flat. flat. I don't mean just look, no, I mean you put a straight edge. These puppies are flat. So how did they do this? The genius and with thought, but also with a mechanical advantage. They had some kind of tool. What? We don't know. We can use our current thought processes, and because like years ago, before Ancient Aliens ever came out, I was debating. I kept telling people, you can't cut stone like that with stone tools. I was arguing that back when I was in high school. I said, what they know about the pyramids now, I said they couldn't have done it. They can't have done it. The bunch of slaves didn't do this shit, okay? A bunch of slaves might have fed the giants, but a bunch of slaves didn't lift these rocks up. No, sorry. I don't care what kind of ramp situation you come up with. They say that, and there is some evidence that they built ramps all around the pyramids. And so think about how much dirt that is. Think about how they had to get the dirt there to build the ramps. Think about the fact that you're toting these humongous rocks up this ramp. And if it's just sand, they're going to sink into the sand. You've got the surface has to be harder. So you're building up these ramps as you go to go up the side of the pyramid, right? What do they do with all the sand? How they get the sand there? How they get the sand there and have it stable to where it just didn't slide down? They'd have to pack more in there. They'd go up. So, but they put up a ramp. Okay. Well, but they didn't have bulldozers. How did they do it? How did they make it? How did they move all of that dirt? The signs of the pyramids are bad enough, but now you want to make a ramp that's as big as the freaking pyramid to build the pyramid? How long did it take to build the ramp? They don't discuss that. They don't discuss that. Well, they must have built a ramp. Bullshit. They must have built a ramp because they won't think about that maybe a giant helped them. You know what I mean? But anyway, so because they all want to try to figure it out using current methods of thought and mechanical eventually, and slowly trapped and killed them. Some fled to Eastern Island. Well, you talking about the giants? Hey, Sheila. Oh, thank you for my supper. Oh, yum, 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 yum. Thank you for my supper. I said was, where is the bodies? Dig pools. Yeah, y'all thank Miss Sheila. She sent me deer meat and yeah, she makes some good deviled eggs. And it was a good conversation with Ricky too about what y'all found out about property on both sides of us. That was good information to me too. That I like them kind of conversations. Ricky and I have one over a bowl, But anyway, thank you for dinner. I still got some. I put some of it left and it's in the refrigerator for lunch tomorrow. Yeah, well, Brian Forrester and a couple of other folks, and Graham Hancock, I think is his name, that's got the special on Netflix. It's very informative, but there are certain things that he just won't touch. He'll argue with how things are made and how old they are, but there are certain things he just won't touch, Now, there's one thing that I absolutely, that he, in his 8-part series, and I think that we should all consider is, we had ancient technology that ought to be obvious because, quote, mechanical advantage. How do you lift the rocks into Göbekli Tepe? How do you build these things? And how is that, because they had um, advanced machinery back then, whether it was magical or supernatural or whatever, they had, obviously, because we can't duplicate it today, that they had, that the ancients were a lot smarter than a bunch of dumb Neanderthals. They just were. And that, oh no, but it was 12,000 years ago and it was at the last ice age. What's to say there weren't the Atlanteans and other people? Forget just the Atlanteans. What about the folks in Peru and all of, and what about the folks over here and there? What about the mound builders in the United States, for example? I've been to uh, Serpent Mound in Ohio, and it's a lot older than they claim it is, for example. But just so in this, so in Graham Hancock's story, is the ancients were a lot smarter. There was technology, however it got here, however it was managed, or however old it was at the time. That whether it was Atlanteans or the folks in the Pacific, oh God, I can't think of now. The Lemurians, regardless of what culture they were smart. They were geniuses. They were working stuff out to where, to this day, well, it was just nothing but a bunch of, hunter gatherers. It was just a bunch of people who, had nothing but bows and arrows and things. And that, I think that those ancients were killed or left the planet for whatever reason a long time ago. And what was left over was, quote, primitive man. Okay. But that, the pyramids are older, Serpent Mound and places up there, they're older. Göbekli Tepe and all these other places, and they're all much older than these folks want to, believe in. Now, why do I bring this up? Because I bring it up because it's the thought. It's the genius of thought. I think Graham Hancock's got more of a line on the genius of it, in that he can see past what these other dumb idiots are trying to, get us to. Oh, you did get one? I had a dream the other day that I was like, and that's interesting. You just said that. I was like, I'm going to have to ask Sheila if she got a deer the other day, because I had this dream that you got one. And it was a weird thought at the time. And I was like, I need to ask her if she got one. And you did. How about that? He's bought and paid for? I don't think so. But of all the folks who are out there today, that I agree with him on more counts than Monday PM. That's about just the other day, Monday. No, maybe I dreamt it up anyway. But I just remember I was like, man, I got to ask Sheila if she got one. I don't think he's as bought and paid for as some of the other folks, because he really does have some independent thought on things. And where I disagreed with him, I really disagreed with him. But there were thoughts that I had already had before I listened to his point of view, that I had already formulated in my own cosmic reality. And it's like, I'll be damned. He agrees with me. So, but anyway, I don't think he's near as bought and paid for as some of these other folks. Good dream. Yeah. I dream you up a big boy. Yeah, as a matter of fact, in the dream it was a doe that you had too. So that's interesting. Or did you get a doe anyway? But so anyway, I appreciated his 10 cents worth on some of the items. But he doesn't, all these things. Well, look, they were done in outer space. Either they had to have some kind of flying machines in order for some of these glyphs and so forth to be shown. And the alignments of certain things, and the fact that, they how do you know that things were aligned? Well, they use the programs now that can take you back 2,000 years to what the sky looked like back then. So I was appreciated the fact that in a couple of his videos that they had went back in time to see where those stars would have aligned back in those, to see whether or not their theory could have been correct. So I appreciated several things that Graham did in order to back up what he thought was, but the basic line I think that we should all agree on, because of the technologies and things that have been seen with some of these sites, that the ancients were a lot smarter than we give them credit for. They had technologies that we wished we had today. Whatever they were, they had them. And we can argue about, oh, no, we didn't know. Yes, they did. Oh, yeah, they did. They could fly around. They had to. And there's too much proof that there were folks flying around back in those days. There are accounts with, the Vimana and the flying machines and the chariots going across the sky and just stuff for thousands of years. Whatever it was that was up in the sky, there were things up in the sky. That's it. It was a big doe. Okay, cool. Well, my dream was right. I'm something. I swear to God, it was so weird because I was like, man, Sheila just shot a deer with her bow. I wonder when, never mind. But anyway, and you got one. I think I dreamed it before you got it though. But anyway, and but this ain't about that, but in the thinking of the who was the genius, I think there were genius things in the planet's Akashic record, okay, to bring this all the way back around. So I think Mother Earth has got her own record, and there were technologies and there were things and there were procedures and stuff. Procedures meaning how to cut rock, procedures on, I mean, there are old maps of the Americas that date back 1,000 years that are so accurate even today. It's like, how did these guys know with just a little looking glass and a thing and a compass? How did they map the United States the way they did? I mean, they mapped South America. They mapped supposedly around Antarctica. They mapped the accuracy of these maps and of the rivers and of the details of creeks and things coming in. Elderberry and I were talking about this a little bit back. Is that they, and also Robert B, when we looked at some of these maps, these ancient maps, how the detail that they had on the ground of not being in a balloon or whatever, or having a bird's eye view of what the coastline looked like. They were very, very accurate. But I think that is in the thought process. I think that's in the genius. I think that they were able to see things from a bird's eye point of view. These map makers and cardiologists or carpet cardiologists or heart doctors, cartologists. But ancient Greece and places and stuff, the amount of detail that they knew. So how did they know what a coastline looked like? They projected their minds up to be able to view it. Well, now what does this look like? Well, there's a river that goes up that way. Well, but they could visualize it. That to me is genius. Okay. To be able to visualize in 3D, like, the folks that did the bas relief, over the many centuries, the one that I was talking about, the hand was sitting out like this, and that was the outside face of the rock, right? And then everything else was carved back. So the person was sitting back here, like, here's my hand. They carved this first, and then my arm, and then the face, and everything as they went back inside the rock. But they had to visually picture this thing, a person or persons. It was two people interacting, but the hand was the furthest part out of the carving. They had to have visualized this thing in 3D. That takes genius. That takes thought. That takes being able to visualize. And in my opinion, that's the same thing that Einstein did. The same thing that Tesla did. The same thing that all of these other great inventors like Da Vinci and so forth, they could visualize whatever it was. But the geniuses over the years have been those who could write it down, or those who could make a painting or a relief or something and sign their name at the bottom. Those were the geniuses, you know. But they didn't write a paper. No, but did you see their artwork? Did you see that 30-foot statue of this pharaoh that was carved out of the side of a mountain? And the detail, the rivulets in his beard, the cheeks, and and they were, how tall were these guys? Now, here's the thing. So these great big tall statues in the Valley of the Kings, and them great big, I want to say Karnak. I'm not sure if I'm right about that, but anyway, the great big statues on either side of the temple going into the side of the mountain. But where did they get the scaffolding to do it? They don't have any trees. Where'd they get the wood? What did they use wood for scaffolding? Or were there giants who could carve that tall? Were they just standing up and carving them? Because, but the detail, and they started out from here. Here's the nose of the guy, and here's his cheekbones, and his face sticks out further than anything else from the mountain. But they carved his face, and then the rest of him, all the way up there to all the way down here. That took brains. That took thought. That took planning. That took genius. So the fact that these folks carved them with a chisel and a hammer, that's eh. But the fact that they leave out the fact that how much thought and how genius these people were. Not the fact that they, whoa, look at how they're carved. Yeah, they carved it. Yeah. But do you understand? So here's this being that's sitting in a chair, and his knees are the first part that they carve. And they carve his knees and his legs. And as they work back into the mountain, now they go up his body and carve his head out. And I mean, you have got to have a really deep sense of imagination in 3D to carve something like that. But these were stupid people, They didn't know what they were doing. They were just, they were hunter-gatherers. That's the whole story. Nah, these folks back then were geniuses on so many levels. And whether or not there were giants, which I do still believe there were, that helped with these projects, because the mechanical advantage of tools and things, even to this day, would have been difficult. So big beings that could carry heavy stuff makes a lot more sense, unless you go into ET and floating things, which I think that happened too. But the practical, there were giants in those days. Okay. And I'm sure, like the giant from the one that David killed, Goliath, they've used them big guys for all kinds of heavy duty work. And for for a bunch of reasons, the giants were killed off because they were said to have been meat eaters, that they eat people. Now, I kind of, why did the giants, I think they were hungry all the time. I think that the reason that they turned to cannibalism was because there wasn't enough livestock. There wasn't enough food to feed a 70-foot giant. And if he was hungry, he'd just start picking off peasants one by one. You know what I mean? Because it was just easy. But, that could be a horrible reason why giants ate people, was because they were just freaking hungry and there wasn't enough other stuff to go around. Okay. Which did it really make them bad? You know what I mean? Ooh, the giants were bad because they ate people. Well, if they were starving to death and there wasn't anything else to eat, you know, now the giants are bad and now we got to kill them. You know what I mean? We've gotten our pound of flesh from the giants and they helped us build the pyramids now. So now we can kill them all off. Anyway. So with the genius of thought, so without the thought process, none of us could be a genius. None of us could achieve anything more than just being an blithering idiot. But even the most savage of savages, who's lived longer than a year or two in the jungle, is a genius. What? They are probably smarter than Einstein. What? A savage in the jungle. What? Well, because they've been able to use their brain. They've been able to use their little savage thought patterns to find, kill, and eat, or whatever, things in the jungle so that they could survive for at least a year. Could Einstein, if plopped into the jungle, any jungle, pick one, would have been able to survive? But a savage without any formal training is able to survive in a jungle with insects and snakes and panthers and stuff trying to kill them all the time. But they survive. And they don't survive 1 year, they survive 10 years or 20 or 50 years. But they're savages. But they're really freaking smart savages. What? They're geniuses in their own right. What? Could you survive? Maybe me, but I would have to know the terrain. But, the fact that they live in a way sort of effortlessly, they just do it, where other people would have to struggle to live in the jungle. They just do it. So does that make them smart? Hell yeah. Does it make them a genius in their own right? Absolutely. Why? Because they're using every bit of their thought process in ways that we can't even imagine. They know how to strip the bark off of a certain tree, to make cordage, to make rope, to make a string, to make a whatever they need. They know where to go get certain rocks, where they know where the flint is. They know where to get, certain fruits at certain times of the year. They know what what the seasons are like. They know what the stars are like. They know if it's summertime or wintertime. They know when, certain things are going to bloom and when they don't. They know things about their environment that other folks would just, what? You want to see a genius? watch me run out of weed and watch how I can find it. That's funny. Oh, I missed our last 20. But anyway, so I wanted to stimulate y'all's thought process tonight and this morning. And that, the Akashic record for the planet is here for all of us to access. You want to know your personal family stuff? It might not be on Earth. It might be in the Pleiades cluster or the Orion cluster. Your personal Akashic record might be down a certain line, you know. Um, so how do we know? Well, we allow the universe to speak to us. And for me, the spirit has shown me many things, and I've talked about a lot of stuff over the years. But there's a lot of this I can't prove worth a damn. It's just my interpretation of things and how my brain sees them and how I interpret them, or how maybe somebody else has helped me to interpret something, or how the creator has shown me things, or but in this esoteric mind thought process, can I prove that the ancients were geniuses? No, but if you look at the facts, there were a lot of smart ones back then, because we can't do what they did. We can't duplicate it. So it makes them smarter than us, period. So don't be a dumbass and say it can't be possible. Open up your brain and go, aha, that's the missing link. The ancients weren't a bunch of cavemen. There were cavemen in the old days, but there are there are people who still live in caves to these days, in Saqqara and over there in Turkey, where there were 6 and several layers of depth to the caves that are built into the ground out there. Why did they build these caves that, 10, 12,000 people, along with their livestock and horses and all this stuff, could live down there, right? And they keep saying, well, it's only so many thousand. It's only 700 years. Well, it's 1,000 years old. Well, it's a lot older than that, right? And the fact that, yeah, they did carve it out with chisels and stuff because there are chisel marks on the inside. But how did they carry all of the rubble out of that mountain? And what did they do with it? How'd they carry it out? How'd they get it out? How did they feed the people? What did they use for lighting in those caves without smothering everybody? If everybody had a torch, then that's a lot of smoke that's got to get out of there. I mean, the caves are one thing, but how did they light them? How did they, there are a lot of other things. There was a lot of other planning that went into this, which means a higher mindset. Somebody had to imagine what this thing looked like underground. They had to be thinking in a 3D reality. They had to have been beyond genius to imagine what this stuff looked like after it was excavated from the ground. What? What did it look like cutting inside this mountain? What did that bas relief that's on the side, that's 30 feet tall on the outside of this mountain? How did they know what it would look like when they had to start out here carving? They carved the legs and they carved this, and then they went up here and they carved the head, and and with such accuracy. They weren't stupid. They had a lot more going for them. So it wasn't just that the ancient, the ancient Egyptians is it, yeah, but the folks that taught the ancient Egyptians were the real geniuses. Just saying. So, as much thought processes that people can put up today with the use of the internet, with all these high speed thingies and stuff, with all of the universal, um, universal language in a way, computer language, um, with all of the the high tech things that we have, there was this little bloop about China and about the Great Wall of China. Now I've got some bells up here that came from the Great Wall of China. A friend of mine was there, and he said, David, he said, you just wouldn't believe and how big and massive this thing is, the wall. And they were like, oh, this person made, well, they built the wall in like 30 years. What? It goes from one end of China to the other. It was one of the first things that astronauts were able to see from space, right? Oh my God, there's a Great Wall of China. And when you see it from the Great Wall and you look up the mountains and how it goes down the mountain and up the other side, how it wiggles and cuts and curves and this and that, and how big the damn thing is, and you say, oh, they built this in just 30 years. What? I want to know how they got the rocks there, the size of the rocks, because apparently nobody's really studied the Great Wall. Oh, well, the Chinese were really good with inventors and so forth. Yeah, they were. And there's a lot of people in China. Yeah, there were. But here's the thing, you still had to move the rock, you still had to lift the rock, you still had to have all these things. And this thing is a road on top of the wall. Okay. And it goes from one end of China to the other, top to bottom. And they just built in relatively 30 years. Well, that's relative, when you look at this, how many? No. And the Chinese had to have had some kind of help. They had to. But this idea that it was built over one dynasty, but 30-year period, if they did it in 30 years, they had bulldozers, they had cranes, they had a lot more than just people power. They were moving movers and shakers, and I mean, no. Oh, it was done in 25 to 30 years. Bullshit. Bullshit. Look how long it took them to build the internet interstate that we have today. I remember when they were first putting in Interstate 75. From Tampa, you had to go north to get on 75, but it would take you all the way to Cincinnati, you know. But then, Interstate 75, it took them several years to build up the roads and to put in the highway, to pave it. Once they got all the bridges and everything in, it still took them a long while to get it paved and everything, and to put up guardrails and stuff like that. Because I remember as a kid growing up in Tampa, while they were building it, we'd slide down the grassy slopes of where they were putting in the bridges and stuff, because we had to go under one right there that was literally, almost adjacent to Most Holy Redeemer, to the property there. So, we were using cardboard and sliding down the interstate, thingies long before they were completed. So this idea that they could build the Great Wall of China in all these years, when, it took them, 20 years just to build Interstate 75, and then they still extended it south and into Sarasota and to Fort Myers and whatever. So 75 still wasn't built as it is now. It took them a bunch of years to complete what's completed at the moment. So this idea that, oh, the Great Wall of China was built in blah blah blah, just come on, you people, quit talking, because you sound, oh, they built the Great Wall in 30 years. Bullshit. you know, it took them 30 years just to plan it, just to stake it out and figure out how it was going to go up one side and down the other mountain, whether it was going to go over here or go over there. It took them 30 years to get the surveyors out there and to plot where it was going to go. Oh no, they did this thing in no time at all. you know, oh, and hammers and chisels, don't forget that. And oxen and carts and okay dokie. So, in my opinion, that's all lost technology. That's lost information. And the people who used what they had back then, World's Fairs, were badass. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Or as big as something. But my point is that there was a genius at the time that is somehow, like there was stuff in the World's Fair in 1900, for example, back in the day when Tesla was standing in the middle of a cage with lightning bolts going all around him and stuff like that. I mean, some of the things that were shown, 120, 30 years ago that astounded the world, in some instances, some of those things would still astound people of the world. But I think that there are geniuses, and some of the things, for example, a dumb thing, train trestles. Who designs a train trestle, for example? Who designs a bridge? Well, you've got this train that's going to go across, and there's going to be a varied amounts of weights. And they were talking about one of the Westerns. I can't remember which one it was, but anyway, where they had made this bet that they could get across this ravine and cut off all this, railroad having to go down into the bottom and come back up and do all this stuff. And they could do it in such a time, and they could do it under budget, and they could do this, and so back in the days of the Westerns, they were like, it's impossible. You can't do it. And so the folks they got together, and some of the trained guys and some of the non-trained guys and some of the just old timers that lived out in the frontier were like, well, up here in the mountains, we've got trees that are this tall. And if we could cut them and slide them and bring them down, we could build a trestle out. And so there were mountain men, and there were people from the desert. There were people with different points of views that got together, and they built these train trestles, over these gorges out in the West back in the day. And you go, how the hell did they build them? And they were level, and, and they had curves in them. And how do you build a curved thing? There's a curve in the middle of this damn bridge. Why make the bridge straight and then curved? Well, no. So I believe they were engineers, and I think they were ahead of their times, but they were geniuses in that they could look at the terrain without all of this laser guided stuff and put these things together, and they were right. They built them right the first time. Now, they might have had to adjust along the way, but after they surveyed and stuff with their crude tools and things, they made these beautiful things with minimum amount of tools to lay them out, but are, still regarded today as like, holy cow, how did they do that? Thought, the genius of thought, because they had an issue, and when the none of them got together and thought about an issue, they came up with ingenious solutions. And I think that that information is around us all the time in the universe. That's why I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings out there in the universe. And the blessings are in the form of thoughts and ideas, and and maybe just wondrous things that we literally don't know about because we, either personally or collectively, haven't thought about them. Now, here's a thought about that. I've had a lot of thoughts, and I've shared a lot of thoughts with you all over the years, but there are thoughts that I've had that I've forgotten, or the thoughts that I had to fix machines or to do certain things, that because I don't work in the industry anymore, those thoughts are gone. Those processes that I thought about and how to make something work better, how a process would flow better, how a machine could operate better at a slower RPM than trying to run it quick, or things that would have worked in an industry to save a company millions of dollars. And I had proven it when I worked for those companies, but now I don't work for those companies, and now that isn't necessary. But I still have the knowledge. I still have that genius of, if you tried this, or if you changed this process to this, or if you tried this, it would run smoother, which would save you money, which means you would, by saving money, you're going to make money. Oh my God. But because I don't work in that industry, it doesn't mean that there aren't ideas to save money or for more efficiency. So, and I'm like of many other folks who got laid off at our jobs. So we could share that knowledge, but there's no place to share it. I have talked about it here some, but the genius that we as engineers learned by working with these applications, these practical applications on a day-to-day basis, we became geniuses of our particular niche or niche in society. And just so happened to be in machining in a particular production setting, right? But the information that we had and the information that we could prove, and the fact that we did it on a daily basis and proved how we could improve a product and so forth and save money, which we did and proved. That's practical genius, because you've taken something that was clunky at best and turned it into a nice, smooth, well-oiled machine. Not necessarily a machine per se, but how the system around it, how the material is delivered, how it's fed into the machine, how fast the machine runs, how quickly the operators work. So the whole thing is the machine, not just the mechanical piece, but the entire machinery of a process. And the fact that you've improved it by 30 or 40% by making just simple changes in the process. So, but that's genius of another level. Does it equate to Einstein's theory? No, but in this particular small instance, it's as important because it's increased the efficiency, it's done this, it's done blah, 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 blah. It's achieved these things all in its own little realm. So, in this little realm of things, me and others who worked on these processes to streamline them, to make them as efficient and as easy as possible, we were geniuses in this area. Other people, after our jobs got shipped to Mexico, they couldn't make the same machines work the way we did. They called up here and asked us folks up here, they moved it to Nogales, Mexico. They would call up here and I would get a phone call that within the first year, folks would, how did you do this? How did you make this machine run, Dave? Well, we did this, this, and this. Well, we can't, we've tried to teach the people down here and they just don't understand it. Well, we had weekly meetings. Do you have weekly meetings? Well, no, once a month. Well, we had weekly meetings, and if we saw issues, we nipped them in the bud right away. And that was one of the things that I had started. I said, you want to fix issues with the machines, then we got to have a meeting at least 30 minutes every week so that we can go over things. Why didn't this work? How come you're having an issue? Maybe there are other operators in your area, but because we don't have time to talk, they know how to fix your machine when maybe I don't. And so we started talking between the different operators, and with there were solutions within the different people that worked on the same machines in other areas. Or on second shift, they worked it this way. On first shift, they did it this way. And when they figured out which one was better, they both started doing it the same way, and efficiency went up, and our scrap rate went down. So, 30 minutes a week, a meeting. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, how hard was that? But our efficiency went up. So how come you can't get your machines to run? Your people ain't talking. Your engineers aren't talking to the operators, and your operators aren't talking amongst themselves, and neither one's talking to the other one. And besides that, y'all got crappy information because you fired all of us, and we're not willing to share our information. Screw you. We went home, you know, thinking about Cartman, right? But so this idea, but the way that I had learned how to precision grind certain things when I was at TRW. When I left, nobody could do the processes that I did. I got a phone call from a guy and he goes, no. He said, I bitched at you because it seemed like all you did was spend all your time on this one machine. And he said, but you could regrind stuff. He said, you could take 5 of these things and regrind them in an hour and a half. He said, we've tried for 3 weeks and we can't regrind one of them because we don't know how you did it. None of us would stop long enough. None of us could stop long enough to think through the process of how can you center this grinder on a tool that's on a magnet. And that all it took was a little bit. Well, you have to move the table in this way, and you have to move this over to here, and you have to keep this in a certain parameters, and you have to lock down your travel, and you have to move it very so, but nobody paid attention. And so after I left TRW, there were these finishers that I showed them how, before we developed a different way to grind them, they were getting like 3,000 pieces out of one of these tools at $250 a tool or plus. I could regrind them 2 or 3 times and they would run 12,000 parts. We got one that ran over 15,000 parts before they had to take it out of the machine. And so after I left, where they were getting 12,000 parts per one of these things, they were only getting 3,000. So now they were spending 4 times as much money, plus the time it took to change these things out and the setup time, which was bucks, when you could run 12,000 parts right in a row versus 3,000, have to shut the machine down, got to do all this stuff, reset all the things, so we get blah, blah, blah. And then, so not only was it costing the money's $250, $300 per tool. So that's 4 times. So that's $1,000 that you're spending on tooling within 2 days, where I could regrind one of these tools 2 to 3 times. So $250 plus 2 regrinds, that saved them $500 per tool plus the tool. So I could save them almost $1,000 because of what I knew, but because they didn't want me around, and it was a quit fire situation. Um, my mother was dying, and they wouldn't let me take a leave of absence. And I said, "Look, I'm going to Tampa. She's dying. I got to be there." And and they said goodbye. And that was, several of the folks within the engineering department regretted that choice, but they had plant policy. So, but anyway, but I still have the genius of how we did that. And I still remember the angles and the things that we did. And I still remember the procedure of how I set the machine up to do this. So I'm a genius in the knowledge that I have in this particular instance, where other people couldn't literally wrap their heads around what me and this other engineer had conceived. So, but does that make me a genius like Einstein? The answer is no. Except if you look at it from the information and what I was dealing with, as opposed to particle physics and what he was dealing with in mathematics, maybe I was a genius in that from the thought process, there was a problem that needed to be solved, and I figured out how to solve it. Not necessarily through mathematics per se, but through practical application. I was able to put together this formula, if you will, and to achieve these numbers, which were mathematical, on saving money and how many parts we could do and so forth, right? So is my brain wired like his? And I would say this, from any of this, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but that I have proved within myself that what the process required was thought. There's a problem. How do we solve it? Let's think about this. And I mean, let's ask the universe, how do we solve this? And with machining and processes and so forth over my many years of working in and out of the industry of machining and so forth, there's been a lot of times I've asked the universe, how do I fix this? I know that I'd look up and go, I know there's a solution to this. I've just got to be able to allow myself to see it or to feel it or have some kind of inspiration along the way. And 90% of the time, actually, it's probably closer to 95. The 90%, I had 90% I would have an idea, but sometimes that 90% needed modification. But 95% of the time that I asked the universe for help, I got it. Whether it was the spark of an idea, or I'd wake up in the morning and drinking coffee and go, some bitch, we might be able to try this. Oh man, and get to work and do this, talk it over with another engineer, and next thing you know, the problem that we were having within a few days we had fixed or had really come a long way in solving it. Well, we need to make another modification here. We need to change, we need to get another tool made, but instead of 15 degrees, it needs to be 12 degrees or 10 degrees or whatever, slight modification. And within a few days, get the tool made, put it in, and we'd solve the problem. Or, like really close. Get us out of a big jam where the machine shut down for days and production's down, and we put it back up in a couple of hours, and all of a sudden things are working again. So, but anyway, so a lot of situations like that came up literally 2 or 3 times on different machines within 2 different plants on a daily basis. Something would come up, and they'd have to be fixed right away because of production. So, but in these circumstances, my point is everything backed up to let's think about this. Well, let's just don't throw something at it to try to fix it. Let's not necessarily have a meeting, but let's think about this. So me, I'd take my little bowl and drive around the neighborhood out there by the plant. And I had a place where I, down by the railroad tracks, where I'd just go pull up my truck and pull over for about 10 minutes to smoke me a bowl and go, okay, all right, to the universe, literally, we got this issue. Help me out here. I need some help. I need some thought about this. How can I fix this? And man, we got to come up with something quick. How can I fix this? And I'll be sitting there smoking my bowl and looking out the window of my truck and thinking about it and go, oh, now sometimes it would just like, oh man, that's it. Why don't we try this? Well, I don't know. Let me drive back to the plant and, finish smoking the bowl. And by the time I got back, I'd molded over this little tinkle sparkle of an idea turned into a fix it. A lot of times more than not, I could at least, if we couldn't fix the problem, at least we could identify it and I could pose it to the other, top engineers and go, here's our potential fix. We need to do this and this. Okay, we're going to send it over and have it worked on. We'll have the machine shop make us a part, whatever it was. We'll make the modification and we'll try it out. So as soon as we could, then we put it in the machine and anyway. So I proved my point about allowing myself to get ideas from the universe. So I know it works. And I know that inspiration comes. And there are certain things like, I'm good with machines and things and architecture and fixing things like that. But if you was to ask me to come up with a painting or say, come up with a landscape or something, can do a painting or whatever, I could see the landscape in my brain, but I wouldn't know how to put it on canvas for nobody's business. Now, my son, who doesn't talk to me, he can do it. And nobody really taught him, but he's got the eye for it. I can see it. I can watch other people do the process, and I can see how they mix certain colors together to get the textures. But if you leave me with the canvas and paint and stuff, Dave can't do it. Hawkeye can't do it. And no matter how much inspiration or whatever, I'm just going to look at that piece of paper and go, duh. And other people, they paint, stuff all the time. My friend Marcia would just have these ideas and she'd get out her shit, and within an hour or so, she had a painting. It would take me weeks to come up with an idea, let alone mix the right colors together or whatever. So, but she was a genius in her right and being able to just see something in her head and paint it, Me, that does not happen. But I can see machines and a process or other things, and I can see them in my head. But I, I can't paint a horse. I can't draw a horse, let alone paint one. So, but genius comes in many ways. So there are folks who are painters. There are folks who are florists. There are folks who are undertakers. But each, but there are, when I saw my grandfather, who back in the day, um, you know, he had been through, a severe bunch of cancer, and they patched him up to where he looked natural, uh, as much as Bessie went through. She years of cancer, and she was horrible. She was just literally eaten alive from the inside out, and they made her look good, for being in a coffin. And so, same thing with Granny, and then and Pops, when he passed away, he had been in a coma for 3 months, and and they made him with all his blood clots and everything, and his pallor and so forth. They made him look good, and there's a talent to that. And it takes a different kind of person who will make dead people look good for their families and friends. So there is genius on all kinds of levels. But the genius of an undertaker to make a person who's had their face fractured, to make them look like a person again, and to mold their faces and to make them presentable, you know, but people don't talk about undertakers and how delicate it is for some of these things that they do. That takes genius, but it takes thought, it takes practice, it takes knowledge and learning, but it takes thought. All of these processes take thought. Artistry, absolutely, Michelle. But there's artistry in gardening. There's artistry in farming. There's artistry in art, you know. So, but each of these things requires the same thing, thought. So you can't be a genius without thinking about it. You can think you're a genius, but until you've thought about it, you are not a genius. And if you think that you can be a genius without thinking about it, then you ain't going to be a genius because you have to think about it. It's 4:20, Dave. Yep, I know. And I'm fixing right now. Share with me if you got them. And then I'm going to let you all go. It's been 3 hours and 19 minutes. So don't give up on thought. Richard, did you guys in the US get a emergency? Yes. And I thought it was an Amber Alert. Love you too, Scotty and Michelle and Chloe and whoever else, Sheila and whoever else is here, and Richard, of course. But so don't give up on the thought, and don't, you know, I know I'm always saying, accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. So if you allow your thoughts just to wander and some crazy shit crosses your brain, that may make you a genius. That crazy thought might be that genius thought that's popping around the world at the moment or in the universe at the moment. So I do believe in synchronicity. I do believe that, like when I talked about my idea about um, the cup holder for the inside of the car back in the 60s. I believe that at that time that I saw that cup holder in the in while sitting at the drive-in, that somebody else was having the same thought someplace else on the planet. And I probably two or three or four people were thinking about it somewhere else on the planet. I don't think I was the only one because, like I said, within a year and a half, there were plastic cup holders in Walmart. Well, I don't think Walmart was there at the time, but I mean in the stores. And so I do believe that there are ideas, that situations that create ideas that people think about with a synchronicity because of, patterns that show up with similar ideas from 10 or 15 people within a 3 or 4 month period of each other or something like that, that people have similar ideas all the time. But who writes them down? Who makes a video about them? Who discusses them, like me doing this video because I wanted to do it? Because how many people think of thought as part of being a genius? I mean, does that make me a genius? No. But I wanted to pose the question. I wanted people to think about it. I wanted me for whatever reason, because they told me to. Who is that? Sonia Czar? How you doing? It went away. But so for this idea, though, that we are all geniuses, especially if we allow ourselves to be a genius, but a genius as opposed to what? Einstein or Tesla or Marconi or Newton or, what makes the genius? Well, there are those folks who write music who are geniuses. There are folks who are great artists who are genius in their field. There are women, there are men too, but there are women who make quilts and who do artistry, and their genius is in how they can make these things with their hand and sew these pieces of material together and make these beautiful quilts. They're geniuses. They are, and they're patchwork, and and oh my God, they're stitching, and oh my God. And but people all around the world, the people who make rugs, the people who make weavers and carpenters and carvers, they're all geniuses. Why? Because it requires thought. And you can't have a genius without thought. And what do you mean? You mean this guy that carves faces into logs with a chainsaw is a genius? Yes. Well, Hawkeye, how can the chainsaw carver be a genius? Because he sees faces or characters in the log. He sees it in 3 dimensions, whether he believes it, can explain it to you or not. He sees the face in that log, and he's going to use the chainsaw as his median versus a chisel and a hammer to carve out these faces, or a bear or a lion or whatever this chainsaw carver does. He's a genius because he sees into the piece of wood. He is using his senses where uh, Tesla saw into the electrical world, where Einstein was into the mathematical world and could see the numbers and the figures and could understand his light a particle or a ray or a beam, or, so he could picture in his mind in a 3D way, which they describe sometimes. They could see it. Tesla said that he could build these things in his brain
and actually test them in his thoughts. That if he had an idea of an armature and of it turning, he could literally take it apart, all the components, and put it back together and test it. And in a lot of ways, I can understand that because there were machines that I worked on that I literally would take them apart in my head and say, well, this fits in there, and this is plunging this down. And I could see them in a 3D way in my head so I can understand what some of these, in my opinion, true geniuses were. But does that make me a genius in my own right? It in and of the fact that I used my brain and I thought about it and I put myself in the situation, if you will. So there's a problem. So there needs to be a solution. So first, I'm going to meditate on the problem, not overthink it, just allow the universe to help me out here. And then a spark comes, and then I go, well, with that spark comes thought, and then the thought to work it out to make it work. So, but there are a lot of geniuses on this planet who are taking everyday things that some people don't even think about or wouldn't even consider, but how they use their own thought process, how they use their thought process to come up with an ingenious way to take care of a problem, short term or long term, doesn't matter. Oh my God, these folks are so smart, but they don't get written up in the history books as being a genius. They're not on the same level as Einstein. And I would go, but wait a minute, maybe they are, at least in where they're, you know, because, thinking about particle physics and quantum physics, I've thought about shit like that too. But that don't mean I'm Einstein. I can't do the math. But that don't mean I haven't thought about it and what quarks and these tiny little particles and how they interact in the universe and how my meditation as a shaman in training has showed me these weird little things that nature does. But I'm not writing books about it. I'm not a particle physicist. I don't have a PhD. I don't pilot higher and deeper, at least without, letting you know ahead of time. But have another bowl, my friends. So, thought. Each one of us is a genius, especially if a situation comes up to where we need a quick fix and there doesn't seem to be anything available at the time. Ingenious, tiny little inventions or ways, processes, or steps to get out of a situation. Use your thoughts. Don't think you're a dumbass unless you are. Because I've seen some really dumbasses here recently. Just some dumbass shit. You know what I mean? You dumbass. What? Like the guy who claims to just wanted to get out of the Congress thing, the black congressman who pulled the fire alarm. And he's trying to get away with, oh, I didn't know it was a fire alarm. What a dumbass. Whatever his excuse for, he was like, I don't know what I was thinking the other day. I grabbed it, pulled it, and I'm sorry. But you're going to jail for pulling that fire alarm. You're going to get reprimanded, dumbass. But pulled the fire. They caught him on camera pulling the fire alarm. No, I thought it was trying to open the doors. You dumbass. No. And then you dumbass, instead of just admit you were a dumbass, they doubled down with, and then Marjorie Taylor, she's from Georgia, smart girl, went around and showed everybody. Oh, and showed him. He just, he's a dumbass. Come on, this guy is not a genius. And his He didn't think about it, you know. And in hindsight, what he, well, I did something stupid. So then he thought about it, that his thoughts are even more dumbass than his original. Oh my God. Well, I didn't do it. I thought it was how to open the door. It says fire alarm. You're a member of Congress. You were a middle school principal of a school. You dumbass. No, I'm sorry. Let's talk about this a bit. He was a dumbass. He ain't a genius. And if he was my congressman from my district, I would ask for him to step down. I'd like, we got to hold another election. We got to get this dumbass out of there. He pulled a fire alarm and he's my congressman. And dumbass. I'm going to think about this. You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. You're my congressman and you pulled the fire. You dumbass. What? Do you know what it makes my district in my state look like? You're a dumbass. Good God. And you can't make this stuff up. Dumbass. Yeah. I'm sorry. And the way I say it with emphasis, you're not just dumb, you're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. You got to say it with emphasis, and with conviction. I've been a dumbass a few times in my life, but somebody pull a fire alarm in Congress with a picture and go, well, I didn't mean to. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Don't lie about it. Yes, you did. Dumbass. Dumbass. Ooh, that was a good one. Well, y'all, I've hung out with you this morning for 3 hours and 27 minutes. And I was only going to do this for a couple hours at most. And here I've gotten stoned and, it's 3:33 Central Time, my time. You know me, I don't set my clocks up. So I'm still on Eastern time, not Eastern Standard Time, not Eastern Daylight Time for me, EST. But there's so many things on this subject that my folks up yonder, and here's let me tie something else up. And me and them, we would like to do a separate video on this. What makes me communicate with my spirit guides? What do I hear? What do I sense? Am I open to the universe? And the answer is yes. Is thought involved in the process? And I would say yes, but no. Well, Hawkeye, what do you mean by? Well, I hear these little notions, and I know you see me look up, and I'm referring to my guys, my folks. They're not all guys. I mean that in a general sense. My folks up yonder or out there. And I'm always looking up and to the right versus up and to the left, but maybe that's because I'm sitting here in the house and I think they're sitting right up there. But anyway, even when I'm out, it's up and to the right, as far as where do I hear them. And sometimes it's like words, but most of the time it's impressions. So, what has this got to do with Einstein and genius and thoughts? Because to hear the universe, you got to allow yourself to be open to it. You have to allow yourself to be willing to, wow, am I hearing that from the universe, or is am I just crazy, or both? I can be crazy and still hear it from the universe, but over my many years of, asking the creator and the spirits to help me out with ideas with mechanical machines, um and processes, but that, you know I learned to listen to my inner self. But then later on, after losing that job and then starting on my, my most recent job as shaman in training, and listening to myself, I realized that I'd been listening to the spirit guides. Oh, I'm listening to my own intuitions. That's true. But my intuitions were being influenced by my spirit guides. I just didn't know where this information was coming from. I knew, well, my intuitions, and I would sit here and think about it, and impression comes, and ooh, it's coming from other. Well, is it coming from other? And that's what I learned. It was, but it was my own intuition. But I was still asking the Creator to give me strength and give me help, and just give me a hint. How can I fix this problem? Do boom, and too many times I got some kind of answer, like more times than not. So, but with that said, though, so now my questions are of the universe and not of a machine. So, to the universe, how did this work? It worked like this. Oh, really? Like Einstein, was he really the only genius? Was Tesla the only one? But no, there were other people who were working with electronics who made little tiny, little genius changes along the way that made Tesla's inventions look boom, but that their tiny little contributions to the electronics industry might have been in a way to solder something, might have been in a way to make printing circuit boards easier to print. It might have been what printed circuit boards were made out of, how solder was applied, but to the general overall efficiency of electronics, because of, that's where Tesla was at a lot. I have a cell phone that's doing a live stream through the air to my Wi-Fi behind me, that's going down through my telephone line, up my long driveway, and then all the way into town. They just put in new cable, by the way. And, you're seeing me live and in color, right? On a cell phone that's working off of a battery for several hours now. And from what I can see in my picture there, looks like my color's good and everything, I mean, versus being washed out and whatever. So, wow, good on you, camera, and the software. And the fact that it's running on a Wi-Fi, it's wireless. Now it isn't wireless to to town, but it's wireless across the room. So, in this technology, there's video equipment, and a video camera back in the day was huge, and now there's cameras and this and that inside this little box that's on, and it's within my lifetime, you know. back in the day, you didn't do video, you did 8 millimeter film, and you wound it up and you did this and you cranked it and you made a quote a video, right? Now I can do video, just click a button or two on a cell phone. The cell phone is amazing in and of itself, but look at the changes. So, but Tesla had an idea, of wireless stuff. Um, and now I'm using this cell phone, wireless to the thingy to the this, and now I can chat with y'all. And Richard, being on the other side of the pond, I mean, and y'all folks being all over the United States or wherever. I mean, the fact that that we can share it all, like, oh my God. So to me, that's just the idea of it is genius. But the fact that there were a lot of people who did little genius things along the way to miniaturize and to get the picture clearer and to have the cases made out of a particular way, the glasses made out of a particular way to make the videos look good. And there's so many tiny little inventions and modifications along the way over the years, and y'all have seen them too. But how many times do you think about how much genius is in what the people who made these things? It wasn't just one person, it's a bunch of people. It took a lot of thought and it took a lot of genius in these thought patterns to put this together. So, what's that got to do with me and my creator spirits? Is because there's information that's in the universe. And I know that there are people like me in other areas who are going, God, I know there's a solution to this. I know that, we can make this cell phone smaller and we can condense it. I know there's a way we can do this. And I will bet you any money that those people will admit that they've gotten inspiration from the universe in some way, shape, or form. So, are they speaking to their spirit guides? I would say yes. Are they speaking to their own personal angels? I would say yes, in that that's the interpretation. We all get inspiration, and that's great. It's what we use the inspiration for. And I think that, if you're just sitting around the house, what inspires you? If you're working for a company and something inspires you to do something better or to improve something, yeah, see, something inspired you. The universe is full of inspiration. Don't let these evil sons of bitches who claim that the universe is a quagmire, that we're not going to make it, that everything is stupid, that we're all a bunch of damn imbeciles. And I want to just say that's nonsense. If you convince yourself that you're an imbecile, if you convince yourself, now, I don't mean that you need to be that narcissistic asshole that says, I know everything. I know I'm all, nah, that ain't what I'm talking about. But where a lot of people say, ooh, we're all gods and goddesses, I would rather like to change that and say we're all geniuses. In one way, shape, form, or another, we are all geniuses. Why? Because we have been able to figure out how to make it in this world. Some people are better at it than others, but some people are particle physicists and other folks are gardeners. that yeah, but they're all smart in their own way. They're all smart in their own right. Don't curse grandma because she made quilts. She, unless grandma made really bad quilts. But the quilt work that I've seen some of these old ladies do is astronomically wonderful. And they make them with patches and things and stuff and scraps and why did I bring up quilts? I don't know. But it's just like a lost art, right? And back in the day, they used to get together and make quilts all the time. But now people have to be inspired to make a quilt, where the ladies in the old days used to just make them, and they inspired each other to make quilts and to make things and stuff, and they talked together in these small little quilting groups, and they shared inspiration, and they talked spiritually about how I had this, Martha, I had this great idea the other day, and I just wanted to talk to y'all about it. And I think maybe if I did such and such and such and such, I could peel all them plums a lot easier than if I did them this, and so next thing you knew, they had little inventions. And I'm thinking up in Cades Cove in Tennessee, where, some of these little old inventions and things and stuff that, it was localized to an area because the people in a certain area, like Cades Cove and this valley there, the people that lived there had their own little issues and problems and whatever, and they came up with their own little solutions to fix them. They invented stuff for their own, whatever. So this idea that we can share our inspiration, especially when we share it with one another. And that's one reason why I'm here. I want to share this inspiration to get you to think about it and how it works for you in your environment. But so instead of going, well, I don't know if I can do, I don't know if I'm qualified, I don't know if blah, blah, blah. If you allow yourself the idea that you can find any solution, whether you know how to do something or not. Well, I don't know how to fly. Well, but you need to learn how to get from one place to another. So maybe you don't know how to fly, but you find somebody who does. So, but the thing is that you learn how to be smart to fix whatever problem or whatever you need to learn, or whatever process, whatever in life it is that you need help with. Um, and you might not need help with nothing, but then one day all of a sudden you dream of how to, like I did, of how to make a cup holder for inside of your car. Or maybe there's an idea that you have that is similar to Isaac Newton, in that an apple falls on your head and you have this brain child of an idea of how to core apples or something, or how to peel them really easy or something. And it ain't got nothing with nothing that you do in particular in life. Like, I don't have apples, and what do I got to do with it? But I had this weird idea that you could peel an apple like this, and then you go out in the shop and you put this little thing together, and damn if it don't work. And next thing you know, you're telling other people that, and you've got this little mini, job thingy of building these little apple corers or peelers or something. So, and you never thought that you'd be working with apple cores or peelers, but to the point is that you allow yourself to be open to the universe, and that sometimes inspiration comes from literally out of nowhere. And sometimes your spirit guides are just freaking bored with you, okay? Because you ain't done nothing recently, not necessarily in a bad way, but they don't feel like, you just been sitting around thinking, but you ain't doing nothing. We're going to throw an apple at your ass and give you this idea how to core it and peel it. From out of nowhere, you get zapped by an apple, and it might be the universe is trying to get you to pay attention, and it may be your spirit guides or your guardian angels. It's probably as simple as that. Telekinesis. I've been working on how to get that damn seat down after I'm already back in bed. I came up with this strange idea years ago, is like, So for guys, if I just figured it was easier just to sit down and pee than it was to lift the lid, then I didn't have to worry about aiming. Um, and then when the damn thing got so small, it's like you almost have to sit down and pee. But I was thinking about that. It's sort of like it you push the button with your foot to lift up the garbage can lid, right? And you take your foot off, and the lid closes back down, right? Just doing the same thing, but to a toilet seat. So for guys, you'd have to stand on the lever to lift the seat up, just like you would lift up on those garbage cans that you have to push the pedal down to lift the lid up. It would work the same way. So step on the lever, the lid comes up, you do your business, and take your foot off, and and down comes the lid. So you will never ever have to get in trouble with leaving the seat up after that. What? You know what's easier? Just leaving the damn seat up. Oh, well, if you want to keep, if you want to keep the old lady happy, and that's where my last wife, it was just easier to sit down. Well, you left the seat up. No, because I sit down and pee like you do now. Once she'd go by and go, you're peeing. Yep. And I'm sitting down. Here, take a picture. you know. But you left the seat up. No, I went outside to pee. But nope. I'm sorry. I sit down to pee now because I'm not going to get blamed for leaving the seat up. But the seat was up when I went in that bed. Then you did something because it wasn't me. you know, argue. But I just, said sorry. But I sit down from now on, or I go outside to pee. Nope, I do not lift the seat. And she argued and argued. Of course, we ain't married anymore neither. But she was crazy that way. But every time she tried to catch me peeing, I'd be sitting down. you know. But I thought about that years ago. But yeah, if you've got a toilet seat that works like the lid on them garbage cans, and you had that set up, you'd never go wrong. The seat would always come back down. You know, you would never get in trouble. So they say, to the people who claim, see, for example, and I've thought about this over the years, so this ain't like a new idea, but they are always saying, oh, if there was only an invention that would, to where men wouldn't have to worry about putting the seat down. Well, I just talked about this. There's an invention. It's been out there. I have talked about it before. I just, didn't have the wherewithal to build one, right? A prototype. But I saw the other day in a commercial, I saw, somebody step on the pedal, and the lid went up on the garbage can. And I went, and I reminded myself, I said, oh, yeah, I remember that. I was going to build a toilet seat that worked like that. But I'm not married anymore, and I go outside to pee a lot, and that just don't matter anymore. But now we bring it up. But here's the thing: it's out there in the universe. This solution. So if you could come up with, number one, just a brand new one that fit onto a toilet, any existing toilet, and the holes in the toilet are the same where you put the seat and bolt it down. So that's a standard. So you could take standard things to, attach whatever the new one is, the seat thing. And that also, if you had a favorite toilet seat you already had, that you could retrofit it by buying this little gizmo and attaching it to your favorite toilet seat, or buy the new toilet seat and the gizmo attached to it with the pedal, right? So, there could be two or three different things. So, but the idea that how many people would buy it just as a novelty? You could sell 1 million of them, at least across the world now. In the old days, it would just be within the United States that you could peddle something like that. But with 300 million people, and plus all the immigrants, 400 million people, that you could sell, 1% of the population of a toilet seat that you lifted with your foot pedal thing. I'd buy one just for the novelty. The fact that I had this idea years ago and somebody actually built the goddamn thing, So I'd buy one just to see how it worked, But so there's a free idea out there. And maybe somebody has invented one or two or a variation, because I'm sure there are a couple of different ways that you could engineer how the mechanism would lift the seat up or down, and whether or not the seat would like flop back down, it'd make a thud, or how would you deal with things like that or whatever. And how hard would you'd have to make it out of stainless steel so it wouldn't rust in any way. But it'd have to be, you know, um, um, compact, couldn't take up a bunch of room, and it'd have to fit around most toilet bases. And so there are certain criteria, but you could get together with some of these toilet manufacturers, and if you had a good prototype that you could like send them, and they would like, oh my God, we really love this, they would market it along with their toilets. Here we have buy our brand new Standard toilet, Standard being a corporation that makes their toilets. And with our Standard toilet, you also get this, design for our toilet, a foot operated seat thingy, women would love it, right? So maybe in my old age, what I need to do is design one of these things, because then I too could be a millionaire. I'm not too old yet, and I got enough shit around my shop. I could probably build something. So, but anyway, there's your idea for the morning. And does it all tie together? Yeah. Inspiration from your spirit guides, inspiration from the universe. So I do continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, 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 many benefits and blessings from the universe. And these blessings come in the form of genius thoughts for whatever might be, necessary in your world or not. You could have some genius thought that the universe brings you that could cure cancer or some other whatever. And, don't mistake it, but the universe acts that way. So there's information out there. And what's to say that some Sherpa on the side of the mountain in the Himalayas isn't thinking about, some kind of something that the universe has showed him. But he's a Sherpa on a mountain in the Himalayas, and he might not have any way to convey what he has felt or what he has seen or what the universe has inspired within him, because he's a Sherpa on a mountain in the Himalayas. It doesn't make him stupid. It makes him a Sherpa on a mountain in the Himalayas. He can still be a genius. He could still be thinking of things that Tesla thought about. But he's a Sherpa on a mountain in the Himalayas. And if he changed his position or moved, or like Tesla was from Serbia and he moved to the United States, So, there was this change of venue, and, from where he was a Sherpa that lived on the side of a mountain, Tesla, in those terms. But so he could have stayed in Serbia and never become Tesla, the man that we have learned to know about. And so, circumstances can make you shine as a genius, or you can just remain to be a Sherpa on a mountain in the Himalayas. And ain't nothing wrong with that in the grand scheme of things. But what's to say that one of them folks who just does common everyday things is not a genius in their own right? So don't give up hope, because I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe that come in the form of inspirations and thoughts and stuff. And so you too can be a Sherpa on a mountain in the Himalayas, or you too can be a genius like Tesla. Think about it. Allow the universe to speak to you and through you. And it's what the universe inspires you with and how you act on it. Because the things that I know now will only work within, the automotive industry, for example, the processes and things, and there's nothing like that around here for me. And I'm too old to try to chase down things, um, but the fact that I still have um, engineering thoughts and ideas and mechanical things and stuff, maybe I am going to be the person who invents a toilet seat that goes up and then goes down when, and maybe it's a little motor that now that, that you can get a little photo eye that realizes that you're there, like putting your hands in front of um, the paper towel dispenser in the bathroom, that if a guy stands in front of the thing, then the toilet seat goes up. Of course, if a woman, maybe it goes up and the woman's trying to sit down. But if it's only in the men's room, then if a guy is standing in front of the toilet seat, it will lift up. If not, maybe they can push a button or something else. And, may the goddess always be with you. You too. Absolutely. Thank you. Such a kind remark. And I would agree with that as well. So, and my last, as I always try to do this in thirds, is I do continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And as long as you can continue to think, and especially if you think like, when I said I've gone out on the river at night and so forth, and I have, I'm asking for spiritual inspiration. Sitting out on the river, Lord, give me the strength, give me the inspiration, give me whatever you got. I'll take it. Just if it's a shooting star across the sky, if it's just the feeling of the 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 moonlight coming off of the, and the reflection coming off of the water, and the fact that there's no bugs, and I can smell you know the I can smell fall in the air. This was, last week when I was on the river, so I can smell the freshness in the air, and I can feel and the overall experience of me being there is inspirational. And okay, I got it. you know I got my answer from the universe because it gave me all of these things, you know, and I could look back on the fact that it was on my birthday, the fact that I was able to accomplish it, the fact that I made it through another 71 years, and the fact that all of these wonderful things that got stacked into this couple of hours and sitting on the river in the middle of the night and taking a deep breath and going, wow, just being here is inspirational. Just being here and being able to have a thought at all. Did I think I was going to live this long? Did I think I could make it to the river? Inspirational. So, in your lifetime, every day can be inspirational. Every minute, there can be a thought that could inspire you that in your world, in your realm, in your area of stuff, you too are a genius already because you've managed to live this long. You've managed to make it through life. You are a genius. Don't give up. Continue thinking and thinking in a, like, wait a minute, don't let these, don't let this dumbass over here um, try to convince me that this is how I should think. Let me think about this myself. Let me post, and the other thing is like, um, well, for example, but I'm going to use Trump as the example. Okay. There are a lot of folks who are starting to look at Trump, you know, never Trumpers who are going, wow, maybe I should think about this. There are Democrats who swore they would never even think about talking about Donald Trump in a positive way. So now all of a sudden, because of circumstances, because of critical thinking and of truth coming out, there are things that are coming out that people are going, well, wait a minute, maybe I should change. Maybe I should change my mind. Maybe I'm changing my mind because I have learned other new facts. And the facts as I have received them, as other people have received them, the facts are that I was wrong about some things about the guy. You know, he actually did turn the economy around in ways. Trump actually did open up the oil thingy, and he was working against it, and he was against importing, and he was for energy independence with the United States. Just one thing, right? Positive thing. He was for closing off the borders, where everybody now is like, Trump was right. We should have shut off the borders, and but wait a minute, but he was the dumbass at the time, you see. And now, in certain ways, he ain't the dumbass. But the people who saw him as the dumbass, they have become the dumbasses. Where if they had kept their thoughts together, and if these people who claimed he was the dumbass in all of this, if they'd kept their mouth shut and observed the situation and used some critical thinking, they would have realized that he really wasn't the dumbass. The people who sold the idea that he was the dumbass, that they were the dumbasses of the group. And so it's like, wait a minute. So the people who propagated the lie or the misinformation are now the dumbasses, right? And now the people who believe that side of the story, who believe that narrative, they now have become, because they believed them, they become the dumbasses themselves. And they're embarrassed because they realize that they were a dumbass, that they had become a dumbass. No, this is not, no. We thought we were right. Oh, no. Now they're making me look like the dumbass because they made me believe this. And I have told other people this. And now, oh, do I feel like a dumbass? You know. So in this world of things, keep thinking. You know, if you close off your thoughts, there are things that I look at now, and it's like one of them is the Russell Brand thing. Now, do I think that he did some creepy things back in the day? Probably. Probably. But has he done in at least in some of the things he's been accused of? There was some BBC stuff that apparently went into some greater detail, and somebody was interviewed, and a woman and so forth. But anyway, the way he was treated without actually being accused or gone to jail or in some shape or form. But because Russell Brand all of a sudden interviewed Tucker Carlson, they had to cut him down. Whether he was guilty back in the day or whatever, it doesn't matter. What they did and how they did it should be obvious. Now, did he do something? But it was a while back. Should have something. Yeah, but ain't nobody bitching about it now. But somebody brought it up to bring him down because he became too popular. He, right after Tucker Carlson got fired, whatever, Russell Brand interviewed him. And now, you know, oh my God, oh, we can't let him get away with it. So whether you agree with him or not, I thought the interview was great with him and Tucker personally, because it was just really open and organic in that respect. And it was Russell Brand who was, you know, of all the people, who was interviewing Tucker. So I found that interesting too. But the fact of, regardless of what happened previously, let's just look at the last year, quote, and Russell Brand and stuff. And he's become very popular with his discussions and his openness and his willingness to, you know, be open and truthful and so forth. And okay. And how did he get Russell, you know, how did Russell get, you know, Tucker to begin with? Okie dokie. But the fact that he did, Russell Brand is being hoodwinked. Yeah, I do think that he got into something with an underage back in the day. But him being what he was and so forth back in the day, and loose and on drugs and drunk and everything, just saying, it doesn't make it right, but he probably did. Okay. Whether intentional or otherwise, or just being a drunken, you know, hippie ass fool back in the day. But a lot of folks could have, you know, been accused of similar things back in the day. I know that, you know, I dated a girl back in the 80s, late 70s, early 80s. And when I found out later on she was only 16 years old, I was like, holy shit, this girl looks like she was 25 if she was a day old, you know. I mean, oh, and built like a brick shit house, as the expression goes. But then when I found out, because she never told me how old she was, but when I found out later on how old she was, I was like, oh my God. So I was guilty of it too, unbeknownst, because then women can lie or simply won't say. And because you want to go out? Yeah, well, pick me up at such and such and we'll go out and okie doke. But she drank, you know, around the house and in the neighborhood. But she was like, well, I can't drink out because I'm not 18. Well, I didn't know that she wasn't barely 16, you know. What? Oh, man, she was the country girl that was built, let me tell you. But anyway, But I could have gotten in trouble for that one. If anybody had ever asked, and here I am all these years later admitting, of course, I haven't mentioned any names or nothing, but to the point, if she ever wanted to, she could have. Well, I was only 16 years old and you was 25. What? Holy shit. No, 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 no. Dave did not plan this. You should have told me you was only 16, you know. Um, that song, by Dr. Hook, only 16, only 16. Ooh, and I love her so. She was too young to fall in love, and I was too young to know. Anyway, yeah. But anyway, yeah. So as far as Russell, I don't know the circumstances, but it was apparently with an underage 15 or 16-year-old. But to the point I just mentioned, I never knew this girl was 16 years old. Not in my mind, she was at least 19. She had to have been at least 19 in my eyes, because I knew some 19-year-olds that didn't look as good as she did, and we almost did a 20. So one more time, right? It's been 4 hours and 11 minutes. But for whatever he did, for however many years ago, he's absolutely being hoodwinked now. And so I've just asked some folks, well, Russell Brand, he was, he's something. Well, hang on. There's always two sides to this story, And yes, but he's out in the public eye and everything. Well, if there was problems with this before he talked to Tucker Carlson, why didn't it come up? Right? I mean, Russell's been doing his thing on YouTube for a while now. So if his gaining popularity, but so why didn't this thing come up about him? Oh, an underage girl, blah, 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 and blah, blah, such and such, and he's such a cad and all this. Well, why didn't it come up before he interviewed Tucker? Because it wasn't a big issue until he, right? So it ought to be obvious to the populace that he's being railroaded in some way, shape, or fashion. Whether you agree with him, believe him, whatever, it doesn't matter. Something happened in the past, okay. A lot of stuff happened in a lot of us' past that, we would like to forget about. Well, I don't want to forget about the girl in the instance, but the fact that she was 16, that I don't want to remember. But our date, and I still remember it. It was like, damn. But then when I found out her age, I was like, damn, I could be a dumbass, But if you'd have seen her, you'd have went, I'll be a dumbass for a day. I'll take her out. So, but anyway, we need to use critical thinking, and before we make up our minds about things, well, and like I had to take a step back and go, okay, no, all right, Russell, what'd you do? Okay, what happened? Now they want to crucify you. I know why, because you interviewed Tucker. But what's the deal? What's the other side of the story? Because I know if somebody tried to bring up that 16-year-old that I took out that time, I've already admitted that it happened, but I didn't know her age until afterwards. Does that make it right or wrong? She was still underage, right? So, but wait a minute, I was hoodwinked. I didn't know. And if you saw her, you'd go, nah, she wasn't. She was older than 16, wasn't she? Seriously? Really? She was, really? Oh, So, there would be that. I could see why you would make that mistake, especially if the person didn't tell you how old or whatever. So, but anyway, so circumstances. What were the circumstances? Did he pick up this little girlie at the school and take her home and and hide her in the closet or something, or was it some other kind of situation? Let's know a little bit more about it before we just go, I ain't going to listen to him no more. I'm going to condemn him because I heard about this. So there are things that we have heard about that some people should be condemned for and haven't been. There are some people, I mean, look what Bill Clinton did with Monica Lewinsky in the White House. So, wait a minute, the interns. Oh, reconnected. What? Oh, well, I'm fixing to get out of here. Yeah, it's 4:20 by my clock. So here, let's have one and share one. And I'll say good morning to y'all. So, Bill Clinton, who played, footsie with Monica in the White House, was friends with the Pope. So, if Bill Clinton can get away with it, Russell Brand should be able to get away with it. I'm just saying, politics is politics. But I don't know what Russell's worth or what kind of money or whatever investments, but the fact that they, deplatformed him and stuff is just like, who are you to ostracize? Why is my computer won't let me use my cameras? Why can I come use my mobile phone and go for 4 hours and 17 minutes at the moment? But I can't do the same thing on my laptop that's the cell phone sitting on top of. So, how come things work out the way they do? I don't know. But there are folks out there who are geniuses at making you and me look like a dumbass. Take that in. It's their job to make us look stupid. And it's our job to be able to look at it and scratch our heads and go, I think somebody's trying to make me look like a dumbass. I think I'm going to think about this. And, I'm going to continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And some of those blessings are going to be inspiration, and how you too can recognize whether or not they're trying to make you into a dumbass. So, peace out, everybody. I love you all. Thank you for allowing me to sit here and chat with you for 4 hours and 20 minutes. And I hope that you stay well wherever you are. And I continue to pray that y'all will, keep using your noggins and keep thinking about it and keep asking and looking for inspiration from the universe, because it's damn sure out there and it's all around us. So use some of your critical thinking and figure it out. So I'm gonna try to figure out how to shut this thing off. Kabuki theater. That's great. How do I turn this thing off? All right. Are you sure? Yes. So cheers, everybody. Peace out and stay safe until next time. This is Hawkeye Two Feathers out of here.